Oh, shut up. Shut up. You know, the thing is, a lot of women appreciate this body, eh?
Hold on for me, can.
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
This one. You see, the mics in front of the body and thing. We are contributor.
Well, welcome and good morning. Right, we are right here at the National Racket Sports Center in Tacarigua in Trinidad, and we're here for the second day of the Davis Cup. And with beautiful, nice, sunny conditions this morning. Let's hope it stays like that for the entire day. I'm Colin Murray alongside Kyle Hannes. Kyle, nice sunshine to start. Let's hope we get a full day of sunshine and we get a full tie-in.
Pleasant morning all, and yes, definitely it started the same way yesterday. Was that of Antigua. Antigua being really
losing 2-1.
Oh, losing 2-1. Yeah. I actually the number one rank for
Antigua?
Yeah. I thought would have actually done a lot better, but again in tennis, in this team environment, you can't do it alone.
That's right. And Cuba coming victorious, 2-1 as well. As we say, it's very hot, it's very humid at this point in time. How much of an effect? And we talked about Joe Cadogan. He's 33 years old, playing back to back. Is that going to be difficult for him?
Coming off from a very long match yesterday, 3 sets, and having to call once in the third set for a little medical timeout in terms of the little injury. I'm not overly concerned, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind that could show some kind of on the downside during this match today.
It's really surprising when you look at Joe Cadogan. He won the first set and was more or less looking good in the second set. Could the difference be, Kyle, going indoors? Could that be a problem?
This outdoor, a lot of wind, etc., and then going inside is very humid, so it's a lot of sweating, so it had a contributing factor. But let's hope today that we get good weather out here.
Situation here at the National Racket Sports Center in Tacarigua. We're just about getting ready for the tie. Trinidad and Tobago will come up against Cuba. Let's hope it's going to be a better day for Trinidad and Tobago. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be tennis, Davis Cup action at the National Sports Center out in Tacarigua.
toss or whatever. When you finish the toss, you hand 2 balls to one person and 2 balls to the other person. Yeah, they do that.
I wasn't doing it. I was doing it. Oh, God. Talk on.
You say 2 minutes to get upstairs, Larry. Easy. Just nice. So now what's up, bro? You got a nice little cardio there. Oh, Lord.
If they can just get a victory, that's very important.
So in this affair, this format of the game, when we talk about a tie, we are starting off with a round robin. Every single rubber counts. So regardless if you win, if you have a comprehensive victory of 3 love rubber, you are not going to send in a weak doubles team that could actually jeopardize you finishing the tie at 2-1, because at the end of the round robin, they check the amount of rubbers. So it's very important that you win your matches as comprehensively as you can.
Is Trinidad and Tobago gonna have the same team again? Is Trinidad and Tobago gonna have the same team again, Kyle? Let's talk a little bit about the actual players that are gonna represent Trinidad and Tobago today.
So the lineup remains the same like yesterday. So we have Joseph Cadogan again playing at number 2. And on the schedule, we have Ibulum Wokolo, the number 1 Trinidad and Tobago player, scheduled again. However, there is some sort, dependent on the result, there can be a change for the doubles. So there can be a change during that 30 minutes. After the second singles, you can have a change to your doubles pair.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Joseph Cadogan started very, very well, winning the first set, but then lost the second set at 3-all, 40-30. He then went into the indoor arena and he lost the final third and deciding set.
I can remember when we started, I mentioned his experience having an ATP ranking, playing at that high level would have only augured well for him. Coming up against the youngster who's fit, who's playing at the Division 1 level was always going to be a task. However, he managed to close off the first set quite comprehensively. However, in the second set, started with the double faults that caused some concern.
Yeah, I think the double faults was really his undoing. He, a lot of the games, he was double faulting. And you know, at this level, Kyle, you can't be double faulting, especially on you're serving. You're expected to win your service game. And if you're double faulting and you lose your service game, it really puts you on the back foot.
Yep. And even though with Joe Cadogan, his serve is his weapon.
That's amazing, isn't it?
His serve is his weapon, so it just did not kick at the crucial points. However, he had the ability to move the serve down the tee, move it out wide, using the natural leftiness.
But young Frederick Sido, we talked a lot about him and his mental fitness, not only his mental, but his physical fitness. After all, he's 21 years old.
So I had a brief discussion with Sido at the end of the match yesterday. I was asking, how was he feeling during the match, and he told me, he said he was trying to find his rhythm in the first set. He's trying to find that rhythm, but he knew his fitness level, he said, is on top. He said if he could actually stay on the court a little longer with the Joe Cadogan, he think he would have had a very good chance.
But was it a situation where he felt that Joe Cadogan was just looking at Joe Cadogan? Did he feel to himself, look, I'm playing a guy who doesn't seem to be 100% fit?
He did not articulate that. However, I can take that from him. He's on the court and he knows he's younger. He's 21 years of age. He knows he's going up against a 33-year-old player. So he was playing for time. So that he didn't articulate that he saw any weaknesses in his opponent. But I could only imagine that was the tactic.
Yeah. Well, so that is there. We saw Joe Cadogan there in action, winning that first set, losing the second set, and then having to go indoors. So we're back live here, and the Cuban player, there we see Joe Cadogan coming up against the Cuban, Rivera Granja. Is that? I'm not fluent in Spanish like Larry. Am I correct with that pronunciation?
So it's pronounced Granja.
Granja, like ha. Okay, I'm with you.
No, so
Osmel Rivera Granja.
Ha.
Okay, and then we also there's going to be action on court 1. The outside courts.
Yes, we have Honduras versus Haiti on the outside court. We have on court 2, we have US Virgin Islands.
Nicaragua
playing
their first game.
Yes, and on court 3, we have Bermuda versus Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, and we're going to keep you informed on those games as well. Of course, we are on center court and we're covering the game here between Trinidad and Tobago and Cuba. But we're certainly going to keep you updated as to what's happening on those outside courts. And this is court 1 at the moment. Let's have a look. Yes, that's Honduras, Haiti on court 1. And then, so we're going to, as I said, we're going to keep you updated with those scores. Aruba.
So on court 2, we have US Virgin Islands and Nicaragua.
Yep. Yeah, and 3 is Bermuda, Antigua, Barbuda. And I was about to say Aruba. They have, as you would put it, Kyle, I call it a bye. You call it a rest day. So maybe tennis players need rest days more than byes. But there should be an interesting tie here between Cuba. Would you say that Cuba are favorites to win this tie?
They are definitely one of the favorites in this particular group, and the Osmel and this Osmel is a very good 24-year-old again.
Is this court 3?
So court 3, definitely, yes, we have some good action schedule as well for court 3 today. So we have Bermuda versus Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah.
As I said earlier on, Antigua and Bermuda shocked me yesterday with
Bermuda would have shocked you as well.
Of course.
Winning 3-0.
So today would be a very, very important match for them, for both teams, Bermuda and Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, well, Bermuda, on the one hand, they would want to keep their winning streak going, but Antigua Barbuda, you'll have to think that they can't afford to lose today.
No, they can't. And I mentioned they have one of the highest ranked players on their team, Jody, playing as number 1. But in this format of the game, it's not a one-man show.
Yeah, certainly is not. And I suppose if you got a player that well ranked, if you can get him, it all depends as well if he's a good doubles player. Because if he's a good doubles player, he may be able to carry his partner and win his tie, win the doubles tie. But I suppose because there are a lot of players are good single players, but when it comes to doubles, they're not as how should I put it, as efficient in terms of the doubles. But if he's a good doubles player, who knows? He can very well carry his partner and win the doubles as well.
Yeah, so, and as I said yesterday, the number 2 singles for Antigua, they would have lost 6-love in the number 2 singles, and then Jody, the ranked player, comprehensively winning his match in straight sets, then going to the doubles where Jody again paired up with another of his teammates, and they actually lost that doubles. I remember I mentioned earlier on the doubles is the deciding factor in this type of event.
Yeah, and well, we're just about getting ready to start here. The action. Cuba is going to serve Granja.
Yeah,
let's get it right. Granja. But spelled Granja.
Correct.
But being Spanish, the J turns into an H, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay. See, I'm learning here as we go along with Spanish. But here we go. Just getting ready to start. And the umpire just asking one of the ball boys to move aside. Well, the first point going to the Cubans, a grunter. Kyle, does that put... I tell you, that puts me off and I'm not even playing. It's a pretty good serve.
Good serve. So this...
Well, his serving seems to be one of his weapons because he's getting his first serve in, and of course that last one, an ace.
Unlucky, Will. Unfortunate, but we'll take that.
Yes, it amazes me because you always see the player raising his hand, apologizing.
Good, correct. Good ace down the tee. Easy hole, first game hole from the Cuban. Just 24 years of age. He once had a ATP ranking. He doesn't have an ATP ranking at this point in time, possibly because he's not playing the tour as much at this point in time, but he had an ATP ranking. His game style is that of an aggressive baseliner, right? I had a little discussion with him. He's an aggressive baseliner. So both of them having experience on the ATP level. First game started off, he's very tall, he has a good height, so he's serving comprehensively, and we can see now the experience of Joe coming in, so he's on serve.
Yeah, and he is the number 2 Cuban ranked player, so number 2 Cuba versus number 2 from Trinidad and Tobago. And again, a very important, the first game is so very important, and Granja winning that first game, because it's always good, Kyle, when you start a match of this nature on a winning and holding your first serve.
Yeah, the objective is that you try your best to hold your serve. And most persons, their serve is the weapon. So you try your best to actually dominate and hold your serve moving forward. So we'll hope that Joseph serve improves from yesterday and we will not have a repeat of those double faults. Once that is done, I think he will have a good chance out here to actually compete well. Cadogan thinking that ball just might been out, but it wasn't. The line umpire calling the ball good.
It was a good shot from Granha going cross court, and I think Cadogan really he expected it to go out, and was a good shot from the Cuban. So his second serve there, Kyle, was very deep, and I think that's what he was trying yesterday, but he just wasn't measuring it well, and that's how he happened to have so many double faults. Here, he measured that second serve very well. It was very deep, but in the end, he really played a very loose backhand shot.
Very good serve, opening the court with that natural lefty, pulling the Cuban off the court and then going to the open court with the forehand. So it's important that he maintains such quality tennis.
And he got it deep as well.
That's the first double fault.
First double fault, yeah.
First double fault.
Doesn't want to carry on with these double faults. It's going to put him on the back foot. As ready, we have a break point for Granha.
That's his go-to serve, that natural opening the court on the left. Having the Cuban under a little difficulty in terms of bringing that return back. So he will want to maintain something like that. If you see again with the replay here now, it's out wide, pulling the Cuban off the court, always in his, not bringing it outside of the comfort zone. Yes, again, just working the ball. He changing the variation. He went deep. That forehand cross court was a bit shorter. I think he surprised the Cuban there with that shorter ball, and the Cuban didn't make that extra step to actually step in. So the variation is important.
Yes, the variation is important. Now he's got the advantage. It was a break point a little while ago. Now he's got advantage. The umpire just taking one of the balls he feels that may not be suitable at this point in time. So he's put it in his little throwaway basket, or giveaway basket, one would say. So his hold was a tough hold for Cadogan. He was facing break point at one time, but is able to hold here and level the score at 1 game apiece.
A very, very important opening service game. Again, going to the go-to serve out wide, playing behind the Cuban, and the Cuban there being caught off guard and pushing that backhand out. So again, Joe, I'm happy with the service game. Was pushed a bit, but I was happy with the service game. One double fault. If we could reduce that, we'll be in a better standing.
Well, Granha is going to serve at 1-1. Excellent serve. is his second ace of the game so far.
Good construction of the point there by Joe Cadogan. Moving, working the ball. If it's one thing I can tell you, he has good hands. His strength is that in terms of hands.
It's a joy to watch how he moved the Cuban around in the last point. Now it's 30-15 for Granja. That shot down the line, an excellent shot again, measuring it well.
So he's moving again. We know Joe has good hands, but his strength is not speed. He's not the fastest on the tennis court. So if you look at him, he shades. He tries to cover the court. So you see he's staying away from the baseline here to anticipate where the ball will be going, because he's not the fastest on the tennis court. So he has to actually shade and forcing the unforced error there.
That's yes, trying to go down the line there was Cadogan, missed it, and means that at 40-30, Granja can go 2-1 up.
Excellent point there again. Joe working the ball. He has the ability to do so. And the Cuban, we are here at deuce.
Yeah, we are at deuce. When you think the Cuban had an ace earlier on, Cadogan has come back very well in this game. Another ace. He pulls out the big ones when he's ready. Kyle?
He's big. As I mentioned, he is big. He has a good serve. Again, big down the tee. Good leg drive from this player. Good leg drive from the Cuban. Excellent. So we are here again on the deuce.
Out. Advantage Cuba.
Granja here again on ad.
Oh, that's a lovely cross squad to win the game here. So he goes 2-1 up now. Granja, and Cuba still, he's pushing his head in front of Cadogan. And Cadogan, you have to see at this point in time, let's have a look at that replay.
Down the tee again. He's got good serve down the tee, then opening the court, stretching Cadogan with that lefty onto the backhand side to give him that advantage.
Yeah, you look at both men, Granja and Cadogan. They're playing very well at the moment. I think it's a good game, a tight game at this point in time. Kyle, what do you think at this moment? How would you assess the Cuban as opposed to the Trinidad and Tobago?
So both of them, if we look, have good serves. Both of them, their weapons are their serve. So basically, it depends on who breaks first in this encounter. The person that breaks serve first will definitely take the advantage and add additional pressure onto the other player.
Well, Cadogan is going to serve 1-2 down. The southpaw.
He had the opportunity to break in this last game. However, he just did not convert. Now the Cuban pulled out some big serves at the right time. So it's his job at this point in time is to hold serve and try to seek an opportunity again to reach to break this
Well,
Cuban.
Granha would also tell you that he had an opportunity to break in Cadogan's service game as well.
Yep.
Number 15.
He tried to be a little cute there, didn't he? Trying to get it down into the corner and just missed it. Excellent defense from the Cuban.
Excellent. That's normally Cadogan's stronghold, the overheads. Normally it's his first overhead for the match. Missed it, but normally that's his stronghold, overheads.
Yeah, I remember yesterday against Sido. He had a few overhead smashes that he put away. And you're right. I saw him practicing a little earlier with the overhead smashes, and he was getting 90%, 99% of them in.
Yep. Again, trying to go for a little too much. He's now down love 40 in this encounter, this service game that is very important, crucial, because as I mentioned previously, the person who has the first break will add some additional pressure onto the opponent. So here's where the mental aspect kicks in.
3 break points. Well, he saved one.
Excellent, excellent. Again, good hands, as I said yesterday. That drop shot wasn't working against the younger, the 21-year-old from Aruba. Now you're seeing the slices, the drop shots are a little more accurate and putting the Cuban a little more on defense.
Well, a second break point he saved.
That's it.
But still, break point for Grana.
And that psychological component of the game is so integral. Now you see him taking the serve again, big serve. The Cuban did not anticipate that and sailing that backhand long. So at this point in time, the composure from Cadogan is important. Looking to pull out another big full serve. And he did so.
Did it. This has been excellent from Cadogan. He's come from love 40 down to get it back to juice.
So we are seeing a pattern here. He has the Cuban under some pressure with that lefty out wide serve on the ad side. I was concerned about that.
Second double fault in the game, Kyle. You just can't afford to do this. So another break point.
Not at this level. It will come back to bite you.
The first break of serve goes to Granja, and Cuba now leading by 3-1 means, as you said a little earlier, Kyle, advantage now Cuba.
Yeah, I told you this is going to be an interesting contest. The person that breaks serve will have that advantage, and the pressure will be on the opponent here. So the pressure now will be on Cadogan to try and break. Wow, he starts with double fault again from the Cuban here.
Yeah. Well, can Cadogan capitalize on that for the rest of this service game?
Yes, he plays that heavy forehand, the Tobagonian. 33-year-old Joe Cadogan playing that, pulling the Cuban, even though he's tall, pulling him off court.
A little opening here now for Cadogan at love 30. Slight opening for him. Well, when you need it, when you need an ace, the Cuban comes up big. Reduces it to 15-30, but still, you have to think slight advantage to Cadogan. Two really good serves, isn't it?
One of his weapons, again, the Cuban being his serve. He's composed. Cadogan needs to look for the opportunity.
Wrong choice of the Cuban, wasn't it?
Yep. But I like, for the first time in this match, I saw that urgency in terms of Cadogan approaching the ball with great urgency to put away.
Break point. That's an excellent bit of play from the Cuban. He worked Cadogan around the court, and then the powerful forehand cross court that Cadogan got to it, got the backhand to it, but just couldn't get enough onto it to get it over the net.
So the Cuban again started with being here, Joseph putting on the attack, and then always having him on the defense. The Cuban had that ability now to keep in control of that point.
Well, forces another break point here for Cadogan.
You remember, he when he did that variety previously in yesterday's match, that high ball that dropping 3/4 into the court, putting his opponent under some pressure. That variety is so important. Oh yes.
That's what Joseph Cadogan wanted. He wanted to get the break back, and it's now 3-2, and Cadogan is going to serve to get it back to 3-0, level pegging. So immediately Joseph Cadogan has broken.
Immediately he took that opportunity again. Last point here again, moving high, deep, pushing the Cuban back. He again monitoring the play, working his opponent, and making the enforcer, just him going a little too deep.
So the 3-2 at this point in time, as Joseph Cadogan serving to get it back to 3-all, as Kyle Hannes is making his way out of the Commons position. And the southpaw, the man from Tobago, I need to find out exactly where from Tobago he is, because I'm not too sure exactly where. Because I know Storby and I know Pigeon Point.
You do know Calder Hall?
Of course I know Calder Hall.
Rose Hill. Rose Hill.
Okay.
Calder Hall.
Calder Hall.
Pleasant good morning, Colin.
And a pleasant good morning to you, of course. None other than Larry Yearwood is sitting next alongside me. Larry, what's your thoughts so far on the game?
Well, first of all, pleasant morning to all our viewers. A pleasant good morning. Special shout out to Crusoe Tennis Club, all the members, all the players. A tale of strengths and weaknesses, a tale of unforced errors. Whoever gives it up, there we go. So it's evened out. We're back on serve.
won that first point. What, again, we see Cadogan, and let's hope in this service game, Larry, we don't see many double faults. But what would you advise? He's been, again, we've seen a couple double faults. And what would you advise him to do differently?
Yes, Colin, good question. In my opinion, it's his legs, leg drive. I think at 33 and with lengthy points being played, that has an effect on the legs, and we just have to look at how things go during this match.
The replay there going on, Larry.
Yes, you can't build a house without a foundation, and the foundation are the legs, and so that is what I'm curious about, how his legs hold up, especially on those second serves.
Well, he's up 30-15. You see, he would want to win this game as well, level it back at 3-all, and put some pressure on the Cuban.
Yes, Osmel Rivera Granja, and Granja, by the way, means farm, is giving him some unfortunate, some freebies, which I'm certain he is welcoming. Again, the lower ball, you have to get down. You want to be at eye level with the ball. And the legs, we need to get down. And Joseph needs to tighten it up.
Well, it's an ace. It's an ace from Cadogan. Granja wasn't convinced. He felt it was out. But the umpire says it was an ace.
Yeah, that was definitely in. Kind of quick, eh? So he would have been caught out looking for a slower delivery.
Yes. So it's 3-all now, level pegging. Service break, both players being broken once, and Granja would want a very important game because he would want to go 4-3 ahead in this service game.
Tough miss.
Yeah.
That's miss. That
was the correct shot, wasn't it?
That was the totally correct shot. He read it well, and if you notice, Osmel has some problems with his touch, right? And that is one of his weaknesses. And Joseph has got to take advantage of it.
A good start for the Cuban. 30-love in this. That 3-all 30-love, he would want to hold here.
Yeah, but 2 unforced errors by Cadogan. He's got to keep that ball in the court.
Double fault.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to do that at this stage.
Not at all. And the unforced errors keep flowing from both sides. If we look at Osmel's strength, it's his consistency. So when he starts making unforced errors, he has a problem.
That's a brilliant touch, wasn't it? Excellent touch from the Cuban.
Awesome
Knew exactly what he wanted to do.
So he made me eat my words. I said he had a touch problem, and just to show me, to show me up, Colin.
Yeah, he heard
Yes.
you.
Hit a beautiful.
You're talking a little too loud, Larry.
Yeah.
Tone it down.
Let me tone it down a bit before I go any further.
No, but that was an excellent touch shot from the Cuban. Missed it.
Yeah, missed it by that much. With Joe, he wants to keep the point short. He doesn't want to have to do too much moving around. Like Kyle was saying, his thing is his hands. He's got excellent hands. Even on that last return, he got the ball deep, and he's got to keep the point short. Granha, Osmel, wants lengthy points, point after point. Keep the ball in play.
Yes, so it's Osmel Granha serving. Game to Granha, so it's now 4-3. Cuba leading, and Cadogan, he is going to serve to get it back to 4. And but he's up against it at this point in time. Larry, let's just have a look.
Yeah.
The last shot there.
Yeah, that was an example of a serve +1 where you hit a big first serve and then you follow it up with a big forehand to take control of the point, and that was well done by Osmel. Very important hold for him because, as we know, data will show that game 6 or 7, when you're serving, are important times to hold. So well done by Osmel, and we need Cadogan now to step up to the plate and keep up the consistency.
Yeah, it's certainly Cadogan. It's very hot and humid as well, Larry. Must be taking its effect on the players, and we keep talking about Cadogan and his match fitness, and he's been going in these long games. Yesterday he had a long 3-setter. Today this first set as well seems to be going right down to the wire.
Yes, it has, and he's doing all he can. You see him switching rackets, trying to get the right tension, trying to get a bit more pop on the ball and so on, but it would really behoove him to go to that serve +1 policy where he's able to get that big first serve in, start controlling the point with that big forehand of his.
Well, Cadogan to serve to get it back to 4-all to hold his serve.
Yeah, too short. That shanked forehand. He mishit the forehand, left it short in the middle of the court, and Osmel was able to take advantage.
Got to be careful. Doesn't want to double fault here now.
Oh,
excellent second serve.
We didn't jinx him.
Yeah, we did. Thankfully.
Yeah.
That was an excellent second serve.
Yeah, that's what I call the feast or famine. He feasted that time. Look at it. Yeah. He had the legs into. You see where he finished in the court. That means he had all his leg drive in there and had the transfer of weight totally into that shot. Great acceleration. Awesome serve.
Great. Another good forehand shot.
Well, he's making me look good, Colin. Serve +1. That's the theme of the day. Big first serve, big forehand. Hey.
That's right. Serve +1, as you say.
Serve +1.
So 30-15 now.
Hard luck. Good point. Good point. Good
Excellent.
tennis.
Yeah.
That was a viewer's delight. That I'm sure the viewers at home enjoying this. Here we go with the replay. Drop shot.
He did well to get to that. didn't he?
Yes. And the counter drop, like we call it. Yeah. Yeah, the best response to a drop shot is another drop shot. Here we go. Ooh, hard luck. He tried to change up there, Colin. He tried, a surprise serve on volley on that second serve, which is a good ploy, but great return by Osmel to keep that ball down at his feet. And Cadogan wasn't able to get down there and get it up.
What it means now is that Granja has a break point. And it's saved by Cadogan. Very, very important there, because had he not held that point, it would have been 5-3 to the Cuban. Very important for Cadogan to get it back here to deuce.
Yes, once again using that slider, that lefty slider that Kyle talks about on the outside, and following it up with a forehand down the line, punishing Osmel. There you go.
Kyle was making that point.
Yes.
One of his strengths is that overhead slam.
Yes, and like you said earlier, he was practicing that shot.
That's right.
When he was out here with Luca earlier, and making like 99% of them. So I wasn't surprised he made that one.
Well, it's, brought it back to advantage Cadogan.
Big first serve here. He needs that big slider right here.
Missed it. He seemed to be in two minds, wasn't it?
Yes.
And
Yes.
He was going to go short and then decided maybe to play it long.
Well, he was fighting the wind. The wind held it up. He thought it was coming, and then it stopped. But then he was too nonchalant. Kyle spoke about him, finally, showing some sense of urgency, getting up to the ball. He didn't take his adjustment steps, like we say. There's, 1-2 little slow steps won't buy it. And so here we are, back at deuce.
Great defensive work, and then putting away that shot. The Cuban was just waiting for the right time, wasn't he?
That's correct. And the longer the point goes, the more I start thinking bad things are going to happen for our player. He needs to get those points, to shorten those points. Here we go. Yeah, tough forehand. That was a great defensive lob as well prior to that.
Break point. Not getting in his first serve again.
Feast or famine.
Well, the Cuban has broken. Means that it's now 5-3 to Osmel Granja. And he's going to be serving for the first set, Larry.
Yeah, and it didn't look as if Cadogan wanted to stay in that point. He wanted to find a way out early, but that ball was a deep, excellent return by Osmel, and instead of working the point, Cadogan went for it and paid the price. got to break back right here. That's an excellent return.
Excellent start
That's a
from
shot of the day.
Cadogan.
That's a shot of the day right there. That's a heck of a return.
I would love to see that return again if we can get it on a replay.
Yeah, that was
That, as you say, the shot of the day so far.
yeah, quite scintillating.
That's a beauty of a lob from Cadogan, wasn't it?
That was
He
excellent touch.
measured it very, very well.
Excellent touch. Excellent touch. That's what he's known for, and that's where he's got to go when he has the opportunity. Here we go, drawing him in. And then the perfect lob over the backhand side, or the forehand side actually. And Osmil couldn't handle it.
Oh, this is excellent. This has been a good set. This has been a good game. Sorry,
Good game.
from
Tactically,
Cadogan, hasn't it?
tactically, because he's employed, just apply the approach and play a shot. He instead of staying back, he would approach. Look, he's taking the approach shot. That means he's coming forward to the net, closing. Poor attempt at a passing shot by Osmel, and easy put away backhand volley for Cadogan. Excellent.
Cadogan, he's got 2 break points now. One is gone.
Yeah, he can ill afford that. Come on, he's got to tighten it up. No gifts.
Still 30-40. Missed it. Went for it, didn't he, Larry?
Did.
Went for the outright winner.
I can't be angry about that. He was this close to breaking that serve.
Very good tennis again. Osmel playing really well. Went very low and then he got that lob and smashed it away. Excellent. Now he's got a set point.
Excellent cat and mouse, and the Cuban was able to come out victorious on that one. Yeah, look at it. Keeping it low, and he pops it up. Yeah.
Wow, what a time to double fold. You had set point and he double folds. So he's given Cadogan a chance to get back into this game.
Very uncharacteristic for him to leave that door open. Had a chance to close it in, close it down, and Joe's got another life.
Oh,
Excellent shot.
excellent shot.
Excellent.
Kept it low, and you could see Cadogan approaching, but he didn't expect that.
Yes.
It was down by his toes, wasn't it?
Tough backhand. Tough backhand. Very clutch. And we can look at acceleration, keeps it down. Yeah. Joe could have come in a little bit faster, I think.
Oh, that's a lovely drop shot there.
Oh, the level's picking up, Colin.
Oh, yeah. It's a really good game, isn't it?
Yes. We're getting a treat. If you're at home viewing, look for the touch. It's called a drop shot. Yeah, he's got some good hands, Joseph does.
So it's back to Juice. So Osmel has got to work. If he wants to get this set, he's got to work hard.
Yes. The wind played havoc with that return. But if you're a kid at home watching, look at the variety of shots, guys. Slices, drop shots,
It's everything.
everything. Kitchen sink.
Oh, that's a really good return.
Oh, yes.
So this game, it keeps going on and on.
So as we look at the different situations, we look at it is Osmel's first serve up against Cadogan's return, and that time Cadogan was able to get that return back deep enough, and Osmel went for it, risked it, and paid the price wide down the line with the backhand.
Break point now. He had 2 set points. Osmel. And that's it. Cadogan has broken back. He faced 2 set points in this game, Larry, and he was able to save both of them. And now he's broken back to get it to 5-4, and they're back on serve.
Back on serve, and Colin, I can't tell you how difficult that last return, that backhand return was. I don't know if you can pull it up. Yeah, look at this thing. And the depth, right in the corner, and look at the depth of that thing. Yeah. Osmel felt the pressure right away. Right away, he knew that if he did anything short in return, Cadogan was going to capitalize. So excellent return by Joseph.
Time.
5-4 at the moment. Larry, I wanted to. You must have faced a grunter on many occasions. What's it like that this guy on the next side of the court, every time he hits the shot, he's going grunt or whatever song they make?
Colin, I joined them.
Did you? Were you a grunter?
I cannot play well. I'll be playing and all of a sudden realize I'm not grunting. I get to grunting and that ball goes, Colin. I don't run out of air, you know.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's a Latin thing. It's a Spanish thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get those Argentinians. You get down to South America. You hear a lot of grunting. It's commonplace.
Well, with 4-5 as Cadogan trying to even it up now. Good shot. He put it away nicely. It stood up there and asked to be hit, didn't it?
Asked to be hit, and Joseph did just that.
Kept it in.
Yeah, Colin, that's
A difficult shot.
through extra covers for 4. Tough pickup, really nice pickup there by Cadogan. But as far as that grunting, I think it's also cultural.
Look at the pickup there.
Look at that pickup. Oh, that's beautiful. That's great hands. Kids at home, practice your half volleys. Practice those half volleys. Excellent return.
Yeah,
excellent
very,
return.
very good
Left us speechless for a little while there.
Yeah, but it put Cadogan under real pressure.
Yeah.
And just couldn't get it back.
Yeah.
So it's 30-15 now to Cadogan. It's really nice conditions here. It's a nice shot of the tennis, the racket center, I should say, and lovely sunny conditions. Let's hope it stays like this for the rest of the day. He missed it. He set it up nicely, didn't he, Larry? And then he missed it.
Again, we had a situation, so +1, and he flubbed that one. But he's getting his opportunities, and I think if he continues to serve that first serve with that at high percentage, you're going to see more opportunities come his way.
Is the conditions up here? Cadogan serving to get it back to 5-all. That's it.
Feast.
So he's brought it back at 5-all now. And we go on here at the National Racket Sports Center. Trinidad and Tobago 5, Cuba 5, and it's going to be Osmel Granja serving to get it back to 6-5 to keep his nose just ahead of Joseph Cadogan. There is a wide shot. Of course, we are here at the National Racket Sports Center.
I think it's the only stadium like this in the English-speaking Caribbean.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. It's really a nice facility. It's a good start for Osmel.
Uh-oh.
What's happening, Larry?
I think Joseph is questioning. He thought maybe there's a call.
Yeah.
He thought he heard something.
He can't be put off by that. He's got to keep his concentration level up.
Yeah, this is a crucial time. This is closing time.
That's a good shot. That's a wonderful forehand shot there from Osmel. Got right on top of it and put it exactly where he wanted. Well, a very easy service game there for Osmel. Takes it up to 6-5, so it means that Cadogan he needs to not get this game to get it back to 6-all and then a tie break, of course.
Tie break. It's closing time, and it's important that Cadogan stays relaxed, uses those legs, especially on that second serve, and minimizing his unforced errors. He's been doing well, Colin, utilizing the first serve with the big forehand, and I think that's the prescription. He's got to keep going. He's got to keep doing that.
Yeah. So there is discussion between the Cuban captain and the player Osmel Rivera Granja, and then the Trinidad and Tobago Cadogan changing his shirt. And in conditions like this, Larry, you go through 4 or 5 shirts, don't you?
4 or 5 shirts easily. 4 or 5 shirts easily, and I've learned that Joseph is a sweater. You know, he has well-developed sweat glands. So
I hear you.
Yeah, that's what they told me anyway. I don't know, well-developed, and so he needs to keep hydrating and get those shirts changed so he stays comfortable. You're trying to minimize your stress level. Your opponent's already trying to stress you out. you might as well try to make yourself as comfortable as possible by having regular changes of shirt and resetting.
Well, he's serving to stay in this first set. It's 5-6. Oh, that's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful from Osman.
That's a heck of a top spin lob. But if you notice, yeah, they return to the backhand. I think they're picking on Cadogan's backhand this game. Yeah.
It's a good serve.
Much needed. Short point benefits Cadogan.
That was a good serve. It was a good return. But Cadogan really with that forehand, getting it to the right of Osmel, who couldn't really do much with it.
I think he was looking for the backhand actually. That's why he was slow getting over and getting the proper grip on his racket.
Got into his forehand, but just couldn't get across in time to get it back over. So it means that Cadogan leads 30-15. That was well set up again, Larry.
It's called first serve. Get the first serve in. Follow it up with that big forehand. Serve plus one. For those of you at home, that's what a serve plus one looks like.
40-15. And that's it. 6-all. So we enter a tie break now.
His best service game of the
It was an excellent service game. Let's have a look at that last serve, Larry.
Got some pop. Yeah, look at those legs driving into the court. Excellent serve. And he's varying the location, so Osmel is at sea. He's trying to guess which way Joe's going.
So we on for a tie break here now. The first 7, but you've got to be 2 points clear. So once it goes to 6-all, then it goes to 8. So you've got to be 2 points clear, but it's the first 7.
No unforced errors.
That's it. That's his strength.
The overhead.
But if you don't get the lob correct, he's going to smash it away. Smash it away, he did.
He punished that. There we go. Great approach shot. Lob a bit short, and Cadogan will punish that every time.
So, first mini break for Cadogan. Osmel has got it right back.
Yeah, but the intention was good. He was being aggressive and trying to meet that ball early. Just didn't get the height right. Colin, his first serve percentage has skyrocketed.
Yeah,
he's making those first serves, and it's no wonder he's in the match.
He's serving much better now.
Yes.
And
found his rhythm.
Yeah, and leading the tie break. It's on serve in the tie break at 2-1.
Anybody's ball game. I'm excited, Colin. I'm excited.
Can go either way. Cadogan just questioning it, indicating that it was just out, but the umpire disagrees, and he's called it a 2-all.
Both players playing well, and this is what
And
we
serving
want.
well.
And serving tremendously. This is awesome.
As soon as you say that, he hits it long, isn't it? Commentators curse. Oh, missed it. Went for it.
Yes.
But just missed it.
Yes. And I don't mind that. I don't mind that. He has to take those risks. He has to try to shorten those points up. He doesn't want to be out here all day. 3-2 to Osmel. We're on serve.
Tremendous defensive play from Osman. I feel for him because he was fighting for that. He was on the defense and unfortunately just couldn't keep it in. And it's 3-all and the players changed sides.
Yeah, he did everything he could, man. He did everything he could to stay in that point, but Joseph was able to wrest the point from him, and we're even changing ends. In the tiebreak, we change ends after every 6 points. And that's what's happening right now.
Yes, there is the facility up here. Really wonderful to be here and even better with nice
but
sunny conditions.
this is why we got the event. Yeah. We had to outbid Mexico and Dominican Republic.
You know, Larry, very interesting you saying that because Mexico and Dom Republic is not in the group.
I
so
know.
How could they be even bidding for it?
They're the big boys on the block. Mexico has 76 tournaments.
I hear you.
I hate to keep repeating myself, but serve +1, that's what it looks like, guys. Big serve, big forehand. This is modern tennis that Cadogan is employing.
Well, he has his nose in front at the moment.
Look at the second ball.
He needs a mini break here. If he can get a break, he can be very well may serve out for the first set. He's got it.
Come on.
He's got that mini break to take it up to 5-3 now.
Yeah.
Osman, he's got another serve. But the thing is, Cadogan will have 2 serves left.
Yeah, there you go. This is another situation that Osmel has found himself in much, and that was a heavy passer shot at the body by Cadogan. Here we go. Aggressive from the baseline by Cadogan.
Well, he's got 3 set points. And the crowd here leading the applause because they know Cadogan.
Ripping
At
that
one
forehand.
time he was facing 2 set points, but look, have a look at that replay. Excellent.
Yeah, just ripping
excellent,
that forehand, refusing to back down.
So he's serving for the first set. He's done it. Joseph Cadogan has done it. He's won the first set after saving 2 set points. He's won the first set by 7-6, of course, winning it in the tiebreak.
Wide the slider, forehand out to the other side, end of story. That's the story of the first set. And Joe serve +1. Let's take it home.
Yes, and you have to give him credit because he was first broken, Larry, and then he had to save a couple set points, but he always stayed in the game, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He fought. He's like a good prize fighter. He took his punches, but he rolled and he came back swinging. He upped his first serve percentage, got that forehand working. If I were the Cubans, I'd be trying to target that backhand a bit more. I don't want to talk too loud. I don't want the Cubans to hear me.
I hear you, Larry. So the end of the first set, and at the end of it, of course, Cadogan being victorious. We're going to get, Kyle is going to come in because he must be very excited as well, Larry, having seen Cadogan come all the way back and winning the first set. He was up against it at a time. The break was on, he was broken, and one thought at that point in time, if Cadogan, give Cadogan credit, he broke right back to make it 3-all, and then took it to the tiebreak. He was always up against it. He faced 2 set points against Osmel. He survived those, went on, and then went on to have 3 set points of his own. Converted the very first one to take the tiebreak at 3. And he's won the first set at 7-6. Kyle Hanna is back with us as Larry Yearwood has gone to take a well-deserved rest. And Kyle, your thoughts?
Very good tennis. We must say excitement is there. Joe Cadogan would have done. He improved his quality of tennis. The first serve percentage increased. He served pretty good in this match. It's a different Joseph Cadogan from yesterday, won't you say, Colin?
Yeah. We have some information coming from the other courts, Kyle. Lou is there,
Luchin, so we can hand over to Luchin. Lou, are you there,
Good afternoon,
Lou?
everybody. It's Liu Chin here, live at the Racket Center in Tacarigua, Trinidad and Tobago, for some Davis Cup action. Just giving you an update on the outer courts. Of course, on court 1, we have the tie of Honduras versus Haiti. Honduras winning the first set, 6-2 Haiti. Actually, with a fight back, James Adler Terminal up 4-3 in the second set. So interesting to see how that one plays out. On court 2, we have the Virgin Islands versus Nicaragua. Francisco Bendana of Nicaragua in total control of this one. Of course, he won the first set 6-love and is now serving for the second set and the match 5-1 up. On court 3, we had our first match completed of the number 2 seeds, Bermuda versus Antigua and Barbuda. Richard Mallory with a 6-1, 6-1 victory over Cordell Williams of Antigua. So the Bermudans continuing their great form. So back to Stadium Court for the Cuba and Trinidad and Tobago tie.
Yeah, well, back here on the Stadium Court, or Center Court, Stadium Court. The Cuban has just gone for a bathroom break and he's back, and Joseph Cadogan, he's also left the court.
Yes, so as I mentioned yesterday, the bathroom breaks between long sets are very, very important. But I also mentioned to you, the rule is once they are leaving the court, they must be accompanied by an umpire. And this is to alleviate any persons getting any information from persons outside, passing any information, taking anything, any supplements or anything of that nature, so that a close eye is actually kept on those players.
Is it a situation as well, Kyle, only the captain can basically talk to the player?
Yes, the only person has the authority to actually communicate with the players on court, and only between games is the captain. Yeah. That's the role and function of the captain.
No other player can give advice or say anything.
The only time that could happen is if the captain takes a break and he nominates one of his other players on the team to sit in the captain's position.
I would think that Osmel Granham must be a little bit disappointed that he didn't take that first set. He was well in control at the time, especially when he was serving for the game.
Of course, I could only imagine the level of emotions there. Coach looks quite comfortable and relaxed communicating with him. But it's important to note that these players focus on playing long matches. That's another thing that they work on, playing long matches. He will be coming out with a different game plan. The objective here for Joseph Cadogan will be to maintain that game plan, continue keeping that high quality tennis going into the second set. And the Cuban will be looking to actually change some game plans, etc., to actually take the advantage.
Yes, it's now the thing is, if you look at yesterday's play, Kyle, the Trinidad and Tobago in singles, they won both first games and then lost the second and third set. Let's hope they both won the first set and then lost the second and third. They wouldn't want a repeat of that today.
I rebuke that.
You might rebuke it, but it's facts. I'm giving you facts. That's all I can do. I can't do any more than that.
And Joseph Cadogan, I think, will prove you wrong today.
I hope so. I have no problem being proved wrong.
Just to add,
there is some of the action going out on the outside courts.
Just to remind the viewers is that this competition has 9 teams and all of them are vying for 2 spots to be promoted into the Group 3 of the Davis Cup. Remember, we are the Americas Group 4 and they are actually working to be promoted. The top 2 teams at the end of this event is promoted to Group 3. Group 3.
Yeah.
And the teams are in Group 3 at this point in time. The last 2 teams in Group 3 would be relegated to Group 4.
Yeah. So we're just about getting ready to start the second set, and Joseph Cadogan is going to start with his first service game. It's a good start.
Good start. Good. I could only imagine he would be coming into this second set. The confidence would be high after just pulling off a comprehensive tie-break victory. He will be coming in with his confidence high.
It's another very good set, sending it wide.
And we have seen a pattern here, that out wide. Coach Larry Yearwood would have mentioned that serve +1, and he has been dominating that out wide on the outside and controlling the point with the forehand.
Well, he's gone back into that bad habit of double faults. You haven't seen that from him for a while. He picked it up nicely, and I think Larry as well was making the point how he was serving very well in the last few games of that first set, but he's gone back with a double fault here.
Excellent backhand slice. Pulling, if you can see that again, good serve. If you can see that he utilized the serve pretty well, and then that backhand slice cross court.
The Cuban is not happy.
Look again, here the backhand slice again. Beautiful backhand slice. The Cuban is asking if that ball is out.
Yep.
The umpire is saying, no, it's good.
That's right. Oh, that's good tennis. Good tennis from Cadogan. He set up that point so well.
Very good and confident hold.
Yep. Very good hold. So it's
he started with the exception. Good here again, using the serve +1, opening the court. Person having no answer and simple put away to the open court. Again, a very good service game with the exception of the one double fault.
And that was the only point he lost.
Most definitely. Yeah. So again, he's dominating so far. If he maintains this composure and this confidence, continues serving well, it could be a very good result for Trinidad and Tobago.
You're looking at him now, Kyle. It's difficult to look at his fitness level because Joseph Cadogan, the way he moves, he's very methodical in all he does. He moves at almost snail pace, but it doesn't reflect on his game at all.
That's just his demeanor. And if you ever interact with Joseph Cadogan, he's that person, laid back, relaxed. I never think I ever heard him speak hype.
It's a good serve, excellent. Starts with an ace. Osmel needs to get back into this tie. Oh, that's a wonderful shot.
That's the answer. Big forehand ripping down the line. And if you can just see Joseph Cadogan ripping that forehand down the line.
It's not the first time we've seen him do that. That's another beauty.
Excellent return. If it's one thing I keep reiterating, Joseph Cadogan has hands. He has the ability to use that variation. He has an excellent backhand slice, and he has a huge forehand.
Yeah.
Again, look at the return here now with that backhand slice. Excellent angle, precision. Excellent variation on that point. You would see some high, heavy topspin. You would see him flatten out some. You would see some slices. This guy has game.
I tell you what, he is really up to his level.
Look
He's
again.
playing excellent.
Excellent tennis. Ripping that forehand out wide. Then again with a little more heavy and opening the court.
Double break point. And he's done it. He's done it. So 2-love now. As Cadogan goes up 2-0. The important thing, he's got the early break, Kyle.
He has the break, and we spoke about the importance of that break and the confidence level of Cadogan coming out playing excellent tennis. Started the set with an excellent service game, putting his opponent automatically on the defense, feeling a little tight.
If you were the captain of the Cubans now, I mean, he's really up against it, because mentally he's lost the first set in a tie break. Now he's given the first break away. He must be a little bit down at the moment. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Excellent game. And you're realizing Cadogan is actually coming to net. He just approached and put away. And if in the Cuban, in change of a strategy, change of tactic, he would have to be explaining to his player he needs to change some tactic, possibly come to the net a little more often.
Mentally, it must be tough now for the Cuban, because I tell you what, Cadogan has raised his level tremendously. Well, as soon as you say that, he double faults, right? That's typical.
There you go again, Colin.
But I tell you, mentally it must be really tough now. He's got to lift himself. Osmal has got to lift himself and try his best to get back into this game. He can't afford to go 3-love down.
Joseph Cadogan is upset with that call.
Yep. Questioning it, thinking that it was on the right side of the line,
Again,
meaning that
he's pressing in. Looks from this perspective, it looks good.
Yeah.
It looks good from this perspective, but from the umpire's perspective, they are saying it's long, it's wide.
Well, that's the way to answer it.
You need to answer. Speak with your racket. He's already up 2-love. You're not going to actually hold that on to add any additional pressure, unwanted pressure at this point in time. It's gone.
Well, 30-15. You have to think, if Cadogan can go 3-love up, he'll be in total control of this match.
Good service game again, utilizing that lefty, opening the court to the Cuban.
40-15. Osmel Granja really up against it now. Losing the first set 7-6 in a tie break, and now just 1 point away from going 3-love down. Big and what a good service game again by Cadogan. I tell you, Kyle, he is looking, I mean, I don't like to talk too early, but he's looking such a different player than what we saw yesterday.
Big serve again, down the tee. Similar to the call that the umpire just called out. He gave them another replay.
I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Not too sure.
He gave it, but at this point in time, Cadogan looks like a different player to yesterday. Again, the additional pressure playing at home with the crowd support here yesterday. I'm not sure the opening day could have added some additional pressure. He feels a little more relaxed here now. It's not as much spectators here today. No rhythm section like yesterday and the distractions. I'm not sure if that has a contributing factor.
Hope it doesn't, because he's raised his service has been better, his forehand, his slice backhand. I mean, he's done everything today right. Of course, he's had a few unforced errors, but in general, his standard of play here today has been absolutely brilliant. I was impressed with the Cuban in the first few games of that first set, and he looked to be a very dangerous opponent. But especially when he broke Cadogan early, I thought, oh boy, we're in for some trouble here from Cadogan. He broke him back right away, and I think since then Cadogan his level has totally picked up.
The reality is, Colin, Cadogan is not giving the Cuban the opportunity to dominate, and that's the difference. The Cuban is not playing a bad game, but he's not allowing him to actually play within his strengths, and that's a kudos for Joseph Cadogan.
Well, not a good start from Osmel. You have to say, Kyle, he's just got to hold this service game. If he loses this service game, well, you can really write this game off.
Yeah, good.
Well put away.
Good play. Again, serve, but very good serve. Forcing Cadogan on the defense and just closing off the point. Cadogan did well to actually make that return as well. Definitely a different Joseph Cadogan. He remains in control of most of the points, and that's the difference here today, Colin.
That's right. He was moving him around. He was moving Osmel around, and he just couldn't keep in that backhand. And Cadogan up now 30-15. Just missed it.
Good intention, trying to actually use the drop shot there to his advantage, just did not execute as well as he wanted to.
Missed it. You could see him trying to go just cross-court short, but he missed it, put too much on it. And Cadogan has a break point to go 4-0 up. Well.
Experience again from Cadogan, his composure, his demeanor. He knows he's playing well. Another good second serve from Granha, forcing Cadogan again on the defense.
So he's got the advantage now, Granha, and trying to get on the board in this second set. Excellent tennis, excellent.
The variation in the game style of Joseph Cadogan. He approached, came to net. He is confident at the net. He can, I told you one of his strengths is his overhead, and he has good hands. Again, coming to net here with the forehand approach, simple
But
to the open court.
The forehand approach was the shot, wasn't it? It set
That's
it
the
up
builder,
nicely.
correct. Also,
A little bit of confusion there.
Yeah, the Trinidad and Tobago captain was on his feet speaking to the umpire when the Cuban served.
Yeah.
So the umpire had no choice than to play a let.
But do you give him two serves?
But Joseph Cadogan is upset at this point in time because he just made a very good return as well.
So he's got two serves.
Yep. Oh, excellent point. I would love to see that replay once again. If we can see that replay, the way in which Cadogan built that point.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, construction again, very good.
Set it up
Forehand.
nicely, didn't he? Look at the approach. He had to go back. That was a good lob from the Cuban.
Again, pushing him back. Variation. Bring you in. Come here, buddy. Ah.
Well, he's got break point again. He's got break point to get it to 4-love. He's come up big with an ace.
Fella big. That's one of his weapons. We're back at deuce. Mistimed there a little bit.
I think he just rushed it, didn't he?
Top spin. The ball kicked up a little bit. He didn't anticipate the ball getting that high.
Big on him.
Yep. Just waiting on the ball boys to get the ball across a little bit.
Another well set up point from Cadogan. He brings it back to Juice.
Another reason why this Granha is struggling to find momentum is that Joseph Cadogan keeps mixing it up. There's no consistent pattern. He's keep mixing. He comes to the net, he stays at the backhand, slice, top spin. So there's no opportunity for him to find a rhythm.
Break point for Cadogan.
And we can see some frustration on Granha's face at this time, some frustration.
Yet another break point, as I mentioned. Can he do it this time? Take it to 4-love. Nope, that's a good shot, wasn't it, from the Cuban? Osmel playing it deep to the backhand of Cadogan. He just couldn't keep it in.
Good tennis. Again, back on the backhand slice here, opening the court, forcing Joseph onto the backhand, just sealing a little long.
Advantage Cuba.
He's missed it, so Osmel has got advantage. Can he get it in? Can he win it to get it to 3-1? Missed it. So finally, Granha holds to get it to 3-1 now, but it's still in Cadogan's hand because he's got that break of service in the second game when he took it to make it love 2. Then he held his serve for 3 love, and then Granha had to work very, very hard to win his first game in the second set. It's 3-1, but still, Kyle, advantage Cadogan.
Yes, Cadogan is actually up still 3-1. The tension at this point in time, even though Granha would have won that game, he would still be under some pressure. Mentally, he's still down 1-3. Easy does it. Easy does it. Didn't require much. Excellent service game so far to start the service game. Excellent point build up. Easy does it. Big serve down the middle. Opens the court.
This is kind of shot I like, Kyle, when I'm playing. I like these type of shots.
I would like to see you on court, Colin.
He missed it. That's a good shot though from Osmel. Put it low to the backhand of Cadogan.
I could imagine. Which forehand would you say you strike? Your forehand is equivalent to Granha?
I'm not sure.
Don't finish that
give it.
question.
I'll have to give it some thought, Kyle. I need to give it some thought. I think I need to see a few more players as well. 15-all, Cadogan.
Right place. Thank you.
It's long.
So we can see the confidence building from Granha, and all is needed at this point in time would be for Joe to continue with that dominant service game, controlling the points. Don't allow the Cuban to get back in control of the points.
Well, he's got a little opening now because it's 15-30. Well, he missed the first one. When I say he missed it, it was returned by Granha, but he's not going to get away with the second one. He put it away nicely.
As I mentioned, the overhead.
It's a powerful weapon, isn't it?
It is, it is. Again, look at him here now. Stepping in on the replay here now. Overhead, first one. Okay, I give you some practice. All right, that's enough. It's time to come off the court.
So, yes, very rarely does he miss.
30-all. Good building.
Yep.
Good point.
He's got a break point now. He's
Yep.
got a break point to get back on serve. If he can hold his nerve and break Cadogan, Can certainly get it back to 3-2, and then he will serve to get it to 3-all. So, very important point. He missed it. Wow.
I looked at something there, Colin.
Yeah.
The intensity and the pace of the serve has reduced. This entire service game, it didn't have the pop on the ball that Joseph would have done for the last two service, the previous service games. The intensity and the speed of the ball has reduced. If you can look at the last two serves, you would realize that there's a lot more top on the ball than the pace that we had previously.
Yes, so it's 3-2. They're back on serve now. And Cadogan had the opening. He had a chance to get it to 4-love. It went to 3-1, and then he was broken to get it now to 3-2. So it's a situation where one would have to think that Cadogan needs to pick it back up and see if he can break Osmel and take this second set. He would not want to go 3 sets in this heat out here, Kyle?
At all. Because as I mentioned, the pace of the ball started to reduce. The intensity started to drop a little bit. So I'm just hoping that he can pick back up the intensity and try and close off this second set. He's still in control, but here Grana is on serve. So let's see how it goes.
And Grana would obviously have a little confidence now, because at 3-love down, you know, and he could have gone 4-love down. His whole demeanor could have dropped, but he's still there fighting this game.
Just hope complacency doesn't step in here. I'm seeing
he wasn't missing shots like that before, was he?
Nope. But again, under the conditions, we are under a tent.
That's a better.
The importance
from
the importance of fitness in these type of matches. As the longer the matches go, your ability to maintain the intensity is crucial.
Oh, that's excellent. Excellent from Cadogan. Went behind him with that, just a nice little chop there. Backhand slice and going there to the
forehand. Kept it deep with the forehand slice, then drop. Come here, come to me. And look at it. Look at it. It's like he's playing out there.
Just went to the back of Grana.
Grana opening the court on that forehand. Good shot. Opening the court, dominating, using his forehand. It's now 30-all.
Yeah, because there was a slight opening there for Cadogan at 15-30. But Grana has brought it back to 30-all.
Good serve. And Joseph just couldn't get that. He decided to drive, put a little flatten out that return, as opposed to going for a little more height.
That's a good return down the line. And Grana couldn't get around in time. He did get there, but couldn't get it back over. It was hit low. It was hit with some slice there from Cadogan, and created real problems for Grana.
And we are deuce.
We're back at deuce.
Cadogan will be looking to take advantage of this serve here to put some additional pressure. Excellent shot. Excellent shot there by Joseph Cadogan. Getting the lock of the net to slow down the pace of the ball, then going with an excellent overhead, passing him with a lob.
We've seen him do that on a couple of occasions.
Again here, slicing, bringing him forward, saving it some time, then going over with the lefty. Excellent. Excellent. And there he breaks.
So he breaks him at 4-2. So immediately Cadogan breaks back to take it to 4-2 now. So Cadogan just 2 games away from taking this tie, or taking this match, I should say.
This match.
And trying to set Trinidad and Tobago up to win the tie.
So we'll be looking for a better service game from Cadogan, maintaining the intensity that he did earlier on in this set and late in the second set and the first set. Sorry. So let's see what will happen now. He decided there to serve and volley, come into net. Didn't execute as best as he can with that first volley, but the Cuban could not capitalize and pushing it out.
Yeah, you could see the idea of the Cuban just to go cross court there, but put too much on it. And it is 7-6 now, 4-2. Cadogan winning that first point. That was a good deep return from Osman. Oh, wonderful. Yes, I really thought he won the point with the overhead lob, Kyle. I thought that was the point, but the Cuban went back and then that overhead smash.
Again, good point here again, bringing him, drop shot, bringing the Cuban, lobbing, the Cuban hustling, getting back there, and then giving Joseph his feast.
He doesn't miss those.
Excellent serve again, that lefty pulling Granha off the court again. That's his go-to serve. The natural ability from the left-handers, pulling that opponent off court. And Joseph has capitalized on that this entire match.
Well, just 1 point away from taking it to 5-2.
Double fault again.
Yeah, double fault.
Just when he was trying to go for it just a little deeper.
That's
just
right.
to keep Granha on the fence, but just missed it.
Well, he still has a point, another serve, sorry, to get to that 5-2. Wouldn't want to double fault here.
And he pulls out his go-to serve. He pulls out the go-to serve out wide.
Right.
It's a whole serve to go up 5-2 in the second set after winning the first set 7-6.
Yep, so 5-2 as the players change.
It's all Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time in this opening match.
It's right now, it's Cadogan set to lose, isn't it? Rather than the Cuban to win it.
As you see that,
You're thinking.
I started to reflect on like the West Indies.
Don't go there, don't go there. Don't go there. Let's keep it to Davis Cup. Let's keep it to Davis Cup, Kyle, and let's reflect that Cadogan, he's got it now, really and truly. As I said, it's his game to lose. He should go on from here.
Most definitely.
Because it's 5-2, and even if the Cuban holds at 5-3, Cadogan should be able to serve it out, shouldn't he?
I believe I'm looking for easy. This Cuban will be coming out trying to try something new. It's already 5-2. He's already seen the light at the end of the tunnel. He's knowing it's going to be dark soon, so he's going to come with a different tactic. Possibly try to serve and volley here. He might try something new to put
Cadogan off.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as Osmel is going to serve to at least get it to 5-3.
Oh, double fault to start the game. The pressure is on.
Not a good start, is it? Double fault.
Pressure is there.
Yeah, he's up against it. Osmel Granha. Let's go. Osmel Rivera Granha.
Good serve. Good serve. Caught. Cadogan on the defense. 15-all.
Missed it.
14-15.
So Cadogan will be trying to find that rhythm again and not become complacent, trying to capitalize, but at the same time he's not under any additional pressure.
Yeah.
Even though if Granha holds this service game, he's back on serve.
Yep.
Another double fault. 2 double faults in this game so far.
So 40-30, and the 2 double faults means that Cadogan is just 40-30 now. Well, he's held his serve, he's held his nerve, and he's held his serve, but still, advantage Cadogan here. It's now 5-3, and this game is certainly, or this set is certainly in the hand, or in the racket of Joseph Cadogan.
Yes.
It's his to lose. Once he serves well, Kyle, he should come out victorious in this game.
Let's see. He will start. This first point in this game could determine the pace that will be set.
Well, double fault. So he needs to hold his nerve now, because he realizes he's on the brink of winning this game.
Psychological demands of this sport.
Well, 2 double faults to start with.
Not a good sign at all.
No, it's not.
a good sign at all for Joseph Cadogan.
A real opening now for Osmel at love 30.
That psychological demands of this sport, knowing that at this point in time, I am just 1 game away. Taking that one could change momentum. But we are hoping that the experience of Joseph Cadogan, he can turn this around.
Well, he's got to, and he's got to do it now. That's 5 serves that he's not got, that Osmal didn't have to play one. So 3 consecutive double faults. You're up 5-3, and then you serve 3 consecutive double faults. Well,
You know,
you're asking for trouble.
a lot of people take this sport for granted. The psychological demand, one of the most important components of the sport, psyche.
That's better. Got the serve in, and he attacked the ball. Put Osmal under pressure. Well, he's still 2 breaks down here because 15-40. So Osmal still in charge of this game at 15-40. Oh, that's calm, that's cool. You talk about composure, you talk about nerves. Didn't show any there.
Big serve, then coming in, serving and volleying and dropping right there in the open court. Changing up the game style, following up after a pretty good serve.
Yep, so it's brought it back to 30-40, but still break point for Osmal Granha. And more importantly, to try to get it back to 5-4. Well, Kyle, that's a giveaway, isn't it?
Not good at all. Not
That's
good
a giveaway.
for Joseph Tobago.
That's a gift. He's given a gift to the Cuban. Serving for the match, double faulting 4 times and losing the game at 30.
So there's a lot of work now in the camp for Captain Dunston. We'll have to do a lot of regrouping from that mental perspective, because I'm not seeing anything showing any evidence of fatigue. What I am seeing there is more related to that of psychological. So that mental side of the game is being affected at this point in time. That ability to close.
It's he had the game all sewn up. It was 3-love at one stage. Had the opportunity to go 4-love up. Didn't capitalize on it. Went 3-2 down. Broke back immediately to make it 5-3.
From a confidence perspective, we could only imagine Granha coming back on with the ball on his racket to go to 5 all.
Yeah. We've been on the court for just about 2 hours.
But again,
And in these conditions, it's hot, it's humid. The question is Cadogan fit enough if this has to go to a 3rd set? But he wouldn't want that. He would want to end it now. And I don't want to use the word fit enough, but you know, he is 33. One has to say that in these conditions, it's really, really tough. Granha right back in this game now, 30-love.
again, if we look, not from a physical perspective, I'm not sure about his physical capacity at this point in time. However, what I am seeing now is that psyche.
Game Cuba.
No answer.
5 games.
No answer.
Sequence.
Not even an attempt. So this has to be trouble in the camp, and Coach Dunston will be concerned at seeing him walking off the court to the back.
Yes. Cadogan has gone off to the back. I'm not too sure what's happening. And another bathroom break, but we'll wait and see exactly. Captain is now going across to see what's going on with Cadogan. Let's hope Larry Yearwood is back in the commentary position. A little bit of confusion going on, Larry, because Cadogan went to the back of the court. The captain went with him, and now the umpire's gone. Not too sure if what's the problem with Cadogan.
As the world turns, I believe he's struggling physically. It has to be a physical ailment. The heat, frustration is not unheard of, and he could be feeling symptoms of that.
Yeah, he really had it to win at 5-3 in his serve, Larry. 4 double faults. I mean, it's unheard of at this level, and you just had to think that something physically may have been wrong with him.
Yes, it's clear that something is wrong. The game plan went out the window. The consistency, the attempts to keep the ball in play. You remember that last return game, the last point, he let the second serve go. So that was indicating he's feeling it.
Game warning. Trinidad.
Not too sure what's happening here. We see Cadogan with the captain is running up.
He's going to ask for medical timeout, or else because he's already given them a warning.
Yeah. So he's trying to give a warning.
Yeah, the referee's on court and taking charge of the situation.
Yes, the referee is there, having a word with the umpire, and he's having a word with the captain of Cuba. They're saying it's a code violation, delay of the game.
That's
and
correct.
He's being penalized.
That's correct. That's correct.
So there's the referee.
Yeah, and
they're saying that Larry needs an energy drink.
It's something. But the Cuban coach is doing the correct thing by having his players stay out there. He's bouncing around, keeps staying warm, doing what he can, and let the Trinidad squad team take care of whatever ails.
Correlation video game. Point penalty. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so that's a point penalty, and if I remember correctly, the next option would be game.
Yeah.
Would be a game, and then.
So a point penalty as it stands now.
Low 15.
Code violation number 2. Cadogan is getting back up. He is trying to get back on court. He looks He looks a tired man. So some of the spectators in the crowd clapping and trying to get him positioned and giving him some much needed assistance in terms of trying to get him back ready to go again. There is the skipper next to him, and so he's got a point violation, so it's love 15 at this point in time.
Love 15? Yeah, love 15.
So love 15, 5-all. Can Cadogan do it? Can he last out here, Larry?
Just missed.
Love 30.
Yeah, these are dire straits. These are tough times. He has to weather this.
But if he loses this set, I can't see him going 3 sets.
Well, he's going to have a second or third or fourth wind, Colin.
Love 40 now. So it's all gone wrong here now for Joseph Cadogan.
The drop in energy level has been precipitous.
Yeah.
Just crashed.
Yeah. From 3-0, leading 3-love, leading 5-3, serving for the game. Oh my word. Yes, I think he's had it. I really think it's now 6-5. And so Granja has come from 5-3 down.
Here comes the medic, I believe.
Yeah.
So he'll seek a medical timeout. He needs to get into some sort of shade and ice, hydrate. Yeah,
So
he needs to be cooled down, and he needs to hydrate. Hydration and lower that body temperature.
Let us presume, Larry, that he gets the treatment and he cools down and everything, etc., etc. How much you think that he can really pump himself up enough to get back into this game, maybe win it and then play this tie break? Because he's got to, it's not just a matter of physically, he's got to get back in on track. Mentally as well, he's got to get back on track in this game. That last game, he was totally out of sorts.
Yes, well, it's psychosomatic, and or the other way around. The body affecting the mind affecting the body, and so on. So, it's difficult for me to say. I know Joe to be a fighter, and he'll do everything he can to get himself back into the game.
Trinidad and Tobago is now receiving a medical timeout.
Injury timeout.
Yeah, injury timeout.
Yeah. So we've got an injury timeout. And
you were saying you know him as a fighter.
Yes, he's a fighter, but this is par for the course. This is what we expect with this hot weather and this sort of competition, because not only prior to the match there's tension. You come into the match, there's a lot of stress, and that affects your preparedness and your ability to fight and play for a long time. So it looks as if he has that injury, the right calf, it looks like they're calling.
Yeah, but didn't he yesterday, and Kyle was making the point that yesterday it was a similar type of thing when he went into the indoors.
Yes.
He was getting some treatment on that right calf.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, he was.
In a way, Larry, I mean, he's played really well, but based on yesterday and he went 3 sets, he went 3 long sets, he was getting treatment. I was thinking that maybe it might have been just a little bit of a risk to play him today and probably give him a rest today and gearing up for the next game after today.
And then he would have had tomorrow. They have tomorrow.
Yeah.
He would have had 2 days.
Yeah, but they opted to, probably they felt he was good enough. And you looked at him in the first 2 sets up to 5-3. He was really looking good.
Exactly. Hindsight is 20/20.
That's right.
It's the captain's call, and we have to trust that the captain saw what he saw. I'm sure he would have had conversations. Dunson would have had conversations with Joseph and so on, and assessed his willingness, his ability to play and stuff. And the call has been made, and here we are. Difficult situation, difficult to watch, but let's just hope that he can recover and try to go on to defend a bit of the lead that he had. Right, it has sort of gone by. I believe it's 6-5. So
Yeah, it's now 6-5.
as well. It would be serving for the second set, and stranger things have happened. We've had, he can come back and break the serve. And,
That's right.
And so on. As well can his level can drop. He may become complacent, and so on. Although he looks like he's ready to go. Huh?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. Well,
he's going to keep that serve warmed up.
He's on top, isn't he? He's on top now. He's, yes, he's a set down, but he's come from 5-3 down, so he must be on top of the world. Larry, I mean, let's face it. You've played tennis for years. You're 7-6 down. You're 5-3 down. All of a sudden, you find yourself 6-5 up. Your whole mental disposition changes, and you don't figure, well, this game is mine.
That's correct. But you also have to be careful. You got to tell yourself, listen, I'm still behind. I still lost the first set. So right now, Oswell is trying to close this out. He's trying to make life as difficult as possible. He knows that Joseph has an injury, so I look for him to be moving that ball around. Look for some drop shots.
Well, the thing is, remember in the first set, he was serving for the set, had 2 set points, and couldn't hold out. And Cadogan came back and was able to win it in the tie break.
That's right.
So as you rightly said, stranger things can happen. But we're just getting set again after the injury timeout. And it's going to be Osmel Granha. It's going to be serving at 6-5. So he is serving for the second set. He's really not moving well at all.
Yeah. And of course he's trying to finish the point quickly, but he's got to make the shot.
Yeah. 30-love now, just 2 points away from taking the second set.
He's conceded the set.
Just 1 point away now, Osmel Granha, to level in this match at 1 set apiece. The question is, can Cadogan go into a third set? So that's it, second set to Cuba. Osmel Rivera Granha taking the second set at 7-5. So Cadogan winning the first set 7-6 in a tie break. And now it's 7-5. So 1 set apiece. And can Joseph Cadogan find enough to go into a third set, and not only find enough, but to go into it, Larry, and win it?
Colin, I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to find out the answer to that, but the prognostication, it does not look promising. He looks like a beaten man, a man who is really suffering, not just from the injury, but also from a bit of heat frustration. But that injury is enough to debilitate you. I told you earlier how important it was to use the legs in tennis. Tennis is all about legs. The modern game of tennis is all about the core, all about the legs. And if he's got that injury, it looks quite debilitating, and we could be looking at an early end to this match.
Yeah, Larry, it doesn't seem that he's going to want to continue. He's just sitting on the chair, head down. So if our cameras can maybe get to look at Cadogan, and but you look at his bench, and he's just sitting there forlorn, head down. Just looking at him, he looks a beaten man.
He looks like
it's
a beaten
unfortunate.
fighter. Yeah, it's unfortunate because he showed so much promise in that first set. We were treated to some fantastic tennis from both guys really, but particularly from Cadogan. As he closed out that set, he was serving at a high level, being really aggressive with the forehand, making a lot of balls, punishing Osmel for anything weak. And for it to, this is really anticlimactic.
We talked also about his service in the first set. He was serving well. He had a couple aces. He was taking Granha wide to the backhand. His serving was excellent. But from the time he started to feel the pain, I think that's it. I think that's the end of the game.
That's it.
It's unfortunate here. And there is the Cuban going across to shake hands with
6-7, 7-5, retired.
Joseph Cadogan.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate that he's had to give up this tie because he was so much in control of it at 7-6, 5-3. You just thought it was a matter of time before he would win the second set and win the tie, the first game for Trinidad and Tobago, but it's not to be. You look at him, his head is down. He's really, it's it's so disappointing because everything with him was it seemed to be clicking nicely today, and it all went wrong.
And looking down the road, this may be the last time we see Joseph perform at these championships, at this Davis Cup, because he's a designated singles player, and so he more than likely, I would be willing to bet that someone else will fill in at the number two slot. There'll be some changes that would have to be made for the future lineup. The good thing is that tomorrow is a day off for them, and so they will have a chance to recuperate and revise the strategy, the plan, and so on, and come up with a tactic that will bring some sense of victory in the next match.
It looks as if the problem is his calf, his right calf. He was getting some treatment in it yesterday and again today, so it must be a slight pull or something there. I hope it's not a tear, but must be a slight pull that just he can't keep up with it, and it's really unfortunate. Because
we'll
he was
find
playing
out.
so well.
We'll find out, or maybe some sort of a cramp. It could be anything, but it is physical in nature, and it's difficult to watch, but it's part of the game. It's what happens.
That's right. It's part of the game. So Cuba, they've taken the first match here, where Joseph Cadogan had to retire, and after set all, Cadogan took the first set at 7-6. He took it at 3 in a tie break. And then the second set, leading by 5-3, all of a sudden he started to feel the injury, and the Cuban, Osmel Granja, was able to take that second set at 7-5, but Cadogan felt that he couldn't carry on, and they conceded here to the Cubans, and so they have taken the first match by 1-0. So we're going to just await now the second singles tie in this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Cuba, and Trinidad and Tobago now up against it. You have to think they need to win the second singles game, and if they were able to win the second single, at least it would be all down to the double. So we're going to take a break, and we await the second tie between. Let's have a look at the stats. Larry, I'm now seeing the stats are up, and yes, look at the first serve percentage at one time, 71% to Cadogan as opposed to 66% to Granja. Aces, big disparity, 8 for Granja, just 3 for Cadogan. Double faults, 10 for Cadogan as opposed to 7. Then winners, 14-13. Break points won, 4 of 10 from Cadogan, 5 of 12 from Granja. And the total points won 94-86. But certainly, you look at at some of those stats outside of the double faults and the winners. Cadogan was
even match.
Even match.
He had the advantage in the first serve percentage, and so on. Even match coming down. So we need to just hold on now and look forward to our second match.
Yeah, we'll take a break and then we'll come back for the second game.
I am here with Osmel Rivera Granja. He just finished his match against our number 2 player, Joseph Cadogan, and he was successful. And I'm simply going to ask him how did the match go. He was a bit lucky in escaping. So let's ask, ¿cómo sentiste del partido? ¿Cómo fue?
Bueno, el partido fue realmente un buen partido. El contrincante de acá de Trinidad y Tobago jugó muy bien. El final del segundo set, el final del primero y el principio del segundo lo jugó muy bien. Como le digo, en este deporte hasta el último punto no se acaba. Prácticamente tenía el segundo set perdido ya. Y por suerte o por cosas de la vida lo pude sacar. Y él después se sintió mal y no pudo continuar el partido. Pero esto es tenis.
Yeah, he says that he started well, very strong opponent. He gives a lot of respect to Joseph Cadogan, great player, he says. And he says the first set, it was close, but he was behind. And then, unfortunately, coming into the second set, things happened. He says, this is what tennis is all about. Okay. Y usted, ¿cómo se siente usted en el partido? El sol y todo eso, ¿cómo te fue?
Sí, realmente no me sentí al 100% mío. No me sentí el cambio de bola y el sol, cuando se acaba de aquel lado hasta me quedaba el sol y me fue bien incómodo hacer el servicio. Pero ahí luchar. Cuando no te salen bien las cosas, hay que luchar.
Yeah, he says he wasn't 100% because of the conditions. The conditions were tough, but in spite of that, he decided to fight, and everything turned out well in the end. Muchas gracias as well.
Gracias a usted.
Muchas gracias. Over to Leo Chen upstairs so that he can give us some more scores.
Good afternoon, and we are back on the outer court with another update for you guys. On court 1, of course, we have Honduras versus Haiti. In the second game, Alejandro Obando just won the first set 6-3 over Haiti's Christopher Bogelin. On court 2, the US Virgin Islands versus Nicaragua. Nicaragua losing the first set 6-3, but with a battle back in the second set, the 15-year-old Joaquin Guilleme with a 3-love lead over Thomas Del Olmo. And on court 3, in the tie with Bermuda and Antigua and Barbuda, Jody McGinley with a lead over Tariq Simmons, a 6-love win in the first set, and he leads 3-1 in the second. So just an update from the outer courts. Back over to you, Colin, and the crew on center court.
Okay, thank you very much, News. So we're very much updated with that information, and what we're just awaiting now, the second tie to be played here between Trinidad and Tobago and Cuba. Cuba, of course, winning the first tie and winning it in unfortunate circumstances, especially for Joseph Cadogan, because he was in control of the game, having won the first set, and then leading 5-3 in the second set. So it was a situation where it was his game to lose. Unfortunately, he got injured and had to forfeit the tie. So it's a situation where Trinidad and Tobago will have to win the second tie in the second match, in which to at least bring the tie back to 1-1. And we'll just await and see how good Trinidad and Tobago can get into this second tie. Looking at the teams at the moment, as Trinidad and Tobago losing the first game to the Cubans, and let's see, the Cubans not too sure at this point in time who are the players taking part. It appears that it's going to be Abreu. Oswald Abreu is very likely the man that is going to, the number 1 player for Cuba, and he may very well be the man that is going to take to the court, and it's going to be playing against the Trinidad and Tobago's number 1, and just trying to get that information as to who in fact is going to represent Trinidad and Tobago. We're looking at the highlights, however, of the first match. Ibumam Wokolo is the man that's going to line up for Trinidad and Tobago. But let's have a look at this. The first game was a really good game, high intensity. The Cubans started well, Granha, but Joseph Cadogan soon found his range and was able to break the Cuban very early. And once he was able to do that, he took charge of the game, but the Cuban broke back immediately, and he in fact was serving for the first set at 5-4, and Cadogan broke him and went on to take that first set in a tie break. So we're just looking at some of the highlights of that encounter between Osmel Granha and Joseph Cadogan. Well, his service. So Granha started very well indeed, because he won his first service game, and they were going along nicely until Cadogan had the first break. So there is Joseph Cadogan, really having a wonderful game, but unfortunately had to retire hurt. Got some treatment. He had an injury timeout, but still couldn't do enough to hold on and try and give Trinidad and Tobago victory. So 1-1 at this point in time. It's early days between the two. They were feeling each other out, Granha and Cadogan. So these, Ken, we're just showing some of the highlights of the first encounter. As Larry Yearwood is back upstairs after the interview. And Larry, we're just looking at some of the highlights of that encounter between Granha and Cadogan. They started with both men holding their serve, and everything was going well for both players.
Yes, the energy levels were high, not too hot quite yet, and so fresh players, fresh legs, and very competitive match was underway.
So, well, we should see another pretty competitive game.
Big ace.
So it's so there is some of those highlights from the early encounter between Granha and Cadogan.
Yeah.
But unfortunate, always an unfortunate way, Larry, we're back here with live pictures. It's always unfortunate when you have to give up a game through one, whether it's an injury or whatever. And, it's really not the type of way, one, that the opponent would like to win a game, and then of course as the person suffering the injury as well, not the kind of way you would want to bow out of a game.
Yes, it's quite unfortunate because even in the interview, Osmel was mentioning that he wasn't 100% either, but he was able to outlast Joseph. You know, it's unfortunate that our team is the one that paid the price eventually with the injury. But I can tell you that Osmel was also feeling the effects of the heat and the environment, the court, because it's a known fact that if it's 85 up here, it's probably 95
Yes, on the court.
Yeah, that's cement. That so it's not an easy task, and we're playing at high noon.
Yeah, well, we just about getting ready for the 2 number 1 seeds. They're going to take to the court in a little bit, but we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, it's going to be the second game, the second encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Cuba, and you have to think it's a must-win game for Trinidad and Tobago to at least level the tie so that they could go into the doubles to see who can win it. So we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back. Torino. The man, a Spanish man now telling me that Torino. Me and we have.
Not Torino.
Torino. Torino. No. Mañana, right. Torino.
Look what I found, huh? I don't know kind of thing here.
Well, welcome back here to the National Racket Center, Racket Sports Center in Tacarigua. It's Davis Cup action. It's the World Cup of Tennis, and it's going to be match number 2, Trinidad and Tobago against Cuba. Cuba having won the first tie in unfortunate circumstances when Joseph Cadogan, having won the first test, the first set, Joseph Cadogan from Trinidad and Tobago, he lost it. He was leading as well in the second set at 5-3. Lost it at 7-5 and then had to retire through injury, so it meant that Cuba took the first set. But we're just about getting ready. Larry Yearwood, as I say, welcome again to you. We're getting ready for the second game and the 2 number 1 seeds.
Yes, Colin, indeed. He's playing Osvaldo Torino Abreu, and 20-year-old out of Cuba. He's right-handed. He's an aggressive baseliner. But why I think this may be a dangerous match, his hero, his favorite ATP player is Rafael Nadal. So right there, we have trouble, guys.
Yes. But let's talk a little bit about the Trinidad and Tobago number 1, Larry.
Yeah, Ebaloum Wakolo, he's just returned from a stint.
19 years old?
19 years old, just returned from a stint in Spain, and gave a good account of himself yesterday, going
Yeah,
three
he
sets.
won the first set and then faltered badly. I don't know if you saw the game, but faltered badly in the second and third sets, losing both sets at 2. And you wonder, what was the turnaround? Was it a situation where he just started to make too many unforced errors, or was it that his opponent lifted his game? But yesterday both the Trinidad and Tobago singles players won the first set and then lost the games, and they wouldn't want to repeat that today. Well, we have already seen Cadogan winning the first set here today, but unfortunately having to retire hurt with the second for the game. What we don't want to see is that the similar repeat of what happened yesterday.
That's correct. What happens, the question you're asking, it's a combination of things where unforced errors, timely unforced errors, untimely unforced errors by Ebaloum, combined with the improved play in the second set of the opponent, would lead to our demise. So let us hope that Ebaloum is mentally tougher, because this comes down to mental toughness. With the environment such as it is, with the opponent being tough, you really have to believe in yourself and get the job done, minimize those unforced errors. When you have the ball to hit, when a ball is begging to be hit, go ahead and hit the heck out of that ball.
Well, it's going to be Ebaloum. He's going to serve, and so he's going to start here. So match number 2, Trinidad and Tobago versus Cuba. Well, the first point goes to Ebaloum.
Yeah, Ebaloum has the kind of build as a coach I would dream of. Tall, lanky build, quite athletic.
19 years old, Larry, and
a lot of promise.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, well struck. We can already see the Cuban targeting that one-handed backhand. Yeah.
But he played it well down the line. Hit it hard.
That's right. On this occasion, he did well.
So he goes 40 love up. And you talk about his physique, Larry. He would be a dream for any coach in any sport.
Of course. Big, we look for the bigger athlete always, when all things being even. Taller athlete.
Oh, it's double fault, giving up the first point.
Yeah,
so it's still 40-15.
That shouldn't happen at his height. He let that toss down quite low. Low contact point.
Suddenly, from 40 love, it's now 40-30.
Yeah.
What's his strengths, Larry Ebaloum? What's his strengths?
Oh, definitely that first serve, followed up by that big forehand. He tosses that first serve way out in front, so he can really crack at it and accelerate, get some good racket speed into it.
missed. He's gone for too much there. All of a sudden, from 40 love, it's now juice.
Yeah, the enemy within, mentally, he's got to stay in the game. He's got to play as if he's playing an ordinary match and not put too much pressure on himself to bring us back even with Cuba.
Another double fault. All of a sudden, he's lost it. It's now break point for the Cuban, Torino.
Two things. The wind is swirling and he's not using his legs. If you notice, he's finishing where he started on the serve. He needs to be finishing inside no man's land.
Definitely having some difficulty now with the serve.
Yeah, finding that box.
Yeah. It's long again, so early break for Cuba. Torino, the man getting the early break. So after 40 love, and Ebelum was coasting at one stage,
cruising
at 40
along.
love, cruising along, and you think just a matter of time before he takes the first game. All of a sudden, it went. There is at the final point, playing it long, and you just had to think that Larry, after cruising, he's faced a break point, and then he gave it away, an unforced error, and all of a sudden, the Cubans find themselves with the first break in the very first game.
Yeah, well, it's 2 days now we've been looking at the tennis, and it's the noble, sad story of the unforced errors, the untimely double faults, and that type of thing, and combined with the Cubans who are putting the ball in the court. They are, observing rule number 1: put the ball in the court.
Let your opponent make the mistake.
Let's let him shoot himself in the foot.
It's going to be Torino. It's going to serve. The number 1 player out of Cuba. What's his strengths, Larry?
Well, he himself said he's an aggressive baseliner, so he's used to grinding it out. Yeah, he's used to grinding it out from the baseline, and when he gets a chance, he will move forward. You see, so Ebelum has to be aggressive and has to keep that ball deep.
Yes, not finding his range at the moment at all, Ebelum.
Yeah. If you notice, his balance is off on his service. He was off. That last backhand, his base has to be wider base when stroking the ball.
That's much better.
That's much better. He has to be aggressive. If it's one weakness that Osville might be at the net, because he's vertically challenged, as we can see. And so up at the net, and with these swirling conditions, anything up over his head, I think would make life difficult for him.
Well, yes. Still 30-15 in the second game. Again, we see that serve to the backhand, not getting it over the net at all.
But his balance is poor.
His balance, yeah.
His feet are together, and we don't play tennis that way anymore. You got to have that wide base established, even from the get-go, even from the split step, the initial step before trying to hit the ball. Wide base.
It's a good shot. That's an excellent shot.
Yeah, but Colin, that's only because the return was short, right in the middle of the court,
Yeah.
begging, please hit me.
Yeah, well, you got to give him credit though, because he put it away nicely.
Yes,
Austral.
he did. Yes, he did. Very good. Very well done.
So 2-love now, and right away, very early, Evolume is up against it. Yet another one. We've seen a short, the ball short and stood up there and asked to be hit, and he put it away again.
Yep.
He's a short man, but he's getting a lot of height and getting over the ball, isn't he?
He knows where his ideal contact point is.
Yeah.
For sure. Hard luck. No, but the pattern of play, Evolume started with a kicker, a high kicker, which is good against the vertically challenged Osville. Good point for Evolume.
Missed it, took his eye off of it.
Yeah. Tough conditions for him, it appears. Yeah, he's having trouble. Complete whiff.
Pushing him back this time was Evolume. And winning that particular point.
Good depth on that forehand. Yeah, that's where he needs to keep that ball.
That's a second serve.
Better serve. Yeah. But you'll notice when he hits that serve into the net, the contact point tends to be quite low. For a guy that height, he needs to really extend up and make contact a lot higher. He should have a very high first serve percentage. That's a tough serve. That's much better. That's the kicker he needs to employ.
Yeah. So that's he's on the board now is Evolume. So it's now 2-1 to Cuba. Remember, Cuba having a breakup at the moment. The very first game, Evolume was broken. So it's now 2-1 in favor of Cuba. Evolume on the board here, winning his game. And certainly trying to get back on track. You could see him still doesn't look, Larry, as he's 100% happy at the moment with his game. Still struggling slightly.
No, I think he's 19. As I'm reflecting, I think he's 19 and he's a work in progress. He's now developing. He went off for a stint in Europe and stuff. He's just now coming into his own. And I think he's going to have the nerves and that kind of thing. And he's developing not just his technical abilities, but also his mental toughness, his match toughness, and his self-confidence in himself.
Yeah, but you know, it's amazing to me, and that a 19-year-old, you know, is the number one in Trinidad and Tobago, rather than say a 24-year-old or a 25-year-old. Is he that good?
He is that good, but also it augurs well for our future. As we build for down the road and as we try to develop a national squad that can get us out of Group 4, these are the guys that will do it for us. Remember, we talk about Canada, for example, Shapovalov and Aldiasim and these guys. They didn't start off being winners. They were groomed and they came along and they were developed. And we're in the process of developing Ebulum Wokolo.
Has been struggling a little bit with that backhand return.
His feet aren't set, Colin. His feet, he's not planting, not establishing a wide base. That's the problem. He needs to just block that ball back.
Was turning out to be a good rally.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Ebulum just couldn't get that final shot over the net.
You were seeing the Spanish influence in his game. He was dominating with his forehand. So he has ideas. He has a plan.
He's certainly losing too many points on that backhand. Got one in, and then the second one, he just hit it too long.
Yeah,
so he's really struggling on the backhand at the moment. His forehand seems to be okay. He's getting the forehand in. He's getting the power with the forehand.
Uh-oh.
Double fault.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, but Oswil is making sure that Ebulum hits a lot of backhands too. Yeah, he knows which side his bread is buttered. So he's going to be working that backhand over as much as possible.
Went to the forehand this time to win it. So it's now 3-1. Cuba lead. Oswil looks very composed, very compact type player. Larry, not missing very much. He keeps the ball in play. He's working Ebulum backhand, even the forehand. When he gets the opportunity, he's going towards that backhand, which at the moment is really creating problems for Ebulum.
Yeah, you can tell that Oswil has been competing on a regular basis against high-level competition. So he's not overawed by these conditions at all.
Again, the backhand creating problems for Ebulum, getting it too long. It's now love 30, another opening here for Oswil. Too long. So he's
gets a reprieve.
Yep.
15
that's wonderful. Excellent. He was on the defensive quite a lot, Larry, and then got the
Turned
opportunity
to offense.
Yeah.
Yes, immediately in a flip of one shot, he went from defense to offense. Started off by keeping that ball nice and deep, and got himself a forehand to hit.
Double fault, and that's the game.
Yeah.
Now, second break of serve for Osville. He now goes 4-1 up and really in total control of this game.
Yes. Osville has kept on the pressure. He's kept making his balls, giving Ebelum an opportunity to miss, and Ebelum has decided to make life easy for Osville. Here we go with the replay. Well, that's the double fault.
Yeah. To end the game, basically. But what if you were sitting now next to Ebelum, what would you be saying to him?
Get that contact point up. That thing is too low. That's why you're missing it either long or in the net, because you don't have the correct. But now, given I understand the wind is swirling, but it doesn't seem to be affecting Osville. So I got the bigger, taller guy who is struggling to hit a serve into the service box, and this is a concern. I'll be concerned, but at the same time, Colin, I'll be trying to help Ebelum to relax, because I think it's a matter of tension as well. Okay, and he's got to relax and believe in himself, and I'll be telling him how great of a player he is and how well that we have nothing to lose. He's 19 and all the stuff that would lead him to start just relaxing and let his true talent show.
Yeah, and just give him the confidence, letting him know, Larry, as you said, just how good a player he is.
Yes.
Let's see how he fares, because Osville, he's got the serve now to go maybe 5-1 up, and if he was to go 5-1 up, you'd have to say that this first set would be over. As it stands now, Ebelum completely up against it.
Yeah, he's got to develop a block backhand return. Yeah, a block or chip return.
Well, double fault from Osville, so it's 15-all. Gives Ebelum some hope. Oh, double fault now again.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2 double faults in a row from Osville.
Yeah, I would expect with his height or lack thereof that he'd be more susceptible.
And with the wind, Larry?
And with the conditions being the way, it's very windy. The wind is swirling, so it's a challenge.
Well, a slight opening here now for Ebelum. Misses it again with that backhand. Really having problems.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's come back to 30-all. Ebelum just walks across the court out of picture just to wipe his face with his towel, just to compose himself too a little bit. What a good shot. I tell you, he caught Ebelum, he was going towards that backhand, and then he hit it back to the forehand, and he was caught wrong-footed.
He wrong-footed him, yes. He went back to the same corner he came out of. The Ebelum's got to just not assume that the ball is going to bounce a certain way. Tennis is an open-ended sport. No two balls are the same. So he's got to play his ball on its merits.
I'm really impressed with Oswald. He seems so composed. He's got all the shots. He's moving Ebelum around the court. This has been a good display from this man so far.
Yes, well, it's what we've come to expect. If you're a Cuban number one player, you better be sound technically, tactically. You got to be fit. And this guy has all the hallmarks of a Cuban number one. And so Ebelum has been asked certain questions, and he's yet to really provide answers.
That's right. He hasn't answered any of the questions as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, please.
I think that was set up with the serve, wasn't it?
Yes,
nice kick serve. And
excellent.
I thought he did well to get it back.
Yes, he did very well. That shows how good of a hands he has. But Ebelum was up to the task and made him pay.
Wait, please.
But what a return again.
That's right.
Larry, the return was absolutely brilliant from Oswald.
That's a good serve.
Nobody can't get that.
No, sir. That's a cannon. Oswald is winning the situations. All the situations there in tennis. Oswald is winning them, and we'll discuss that in a bit. To use that forehand.
40, 50.
You want to elaborate a little bit, Larry, on the situations you're talking about?
Yeah, well, in tennis, you find yourself in certain situations. You're either serving or returning, and Oswald is winning both of those battles right now. They're both baseliners, and Oswald, again, is doing better at the baseline. However, I'll comment afterwards. So we have a quicker, stronger opponent from the baseline, and he's struggling. I noticed Wakolo is trying to adjust to the backhand, but one thing he's not doing is the serve and volley. He had an opportunity to volley that ball on that last return, and he didn't come forward. And so again, he has problems. Too low.
Double fault again.
Too low. He was actually bowing. If they could show a replay of that, he was actually bowing when he hit that second serve. Yeah.
Yeah, well. It's brought it to juice now from 40-15. Hopefully we'd have been able to see that replay of that double fault from Ebelum.
Yeah,
but we're live here, so maybe they ask our production crew to pick it up in a while. Another double fault. Well, from 40-15 now. Remember the first game he was 40 love up and lost it. Now he was 40-15 up. And it's now set point for Osville. Long. So the first set goes to Cuba. Osville Torino wins the first set at 6-1, and really and truly, Larry, not a good first set for Ebaloom. You're smiling, I'm not sure why.
Death by double faults and unforced errors, guys. So on that note.
Yes, so Larry is making it. I think he's had enough, so he's making his way out of the commentary position, and Kyle Hannes is going to come in. Take care, Larry. I don't want you to fall over all these wires. You did well eventually. So it's 6-1 as Kyle Hannes is back in the... Not a good time for you to come back, my lord, at 6-1. You've seen better days.
Yes, most definitely. Colin, not a good start for the youngster. Ebaloom, just coming out from a stint in Spain. He has been there for a couple months and he has been playing predominantly clay court tennis. And that's a huge challenge to transition back to the hard court. Right? So his strengths, yes, is his serve. He has a powerful forehand. However, he seems to be struggling a bit in terms of coming back from that clay court transition onto the hard court.
Larry was also making the point that his backhand hasn't been unsung. And he was talking about the point of contact and his legs not, in the wrong position. He was sitting here and making quite a few comments about his backhand and then his serve, the toss in his serve. So it's a lot of things that have not come together for Ebaloom.
He's young, 19 years, so it's, as Larry would have said as well, it's a developmental phase as well. So he's learning as we go along.
Well, we start the second set. It's those type of shots he's missing. You could see the disappointment on his face because he knows he should have done better with that forehand.
So, Ebaloom, coming from a developmental perspective against a more solid opponent from Cuba is a challenge. The odd double fault there from
I like how you put that, the odd double fault. Whereas with Ebaloom, he's double, like Joseph Cadogan, they too much of double faults in their service games.
And they will feel the hurt.
Put that away well, didn't he? Knew exactly where he wanted to put it. Yes, it was short, but my point is, Kyle, you still got to put it away.
Ken, this Cuban has been dominating from the first set. He is in control of all the points. He's always in the driver's seat.
It's a good return from Ebaloom.
He can hit the backhand from time to time, but the confidence is not there, and the amount of unforced errors will catch up with you. Tennis is all about winners and errors.
There he went again to the backhand. He's predominantly trying to get it to Evolu's backhand because he knows the amount of unforced errors so far he's made on that backhand side.
So as a tennis player, the first thing you look at your opponents is the strengths and weaknesses. And clearly Cuban has found the weakness of Evolu. Again,
just out.
Yeah, just out. Ibulum there, stroking the backhand, yes, but the Cuban again pounding, just missing it, just going wide onto the backhand once again.
So we up to juice. This is the, if Evolum can take this first game, it will be a big fillip for him. The Cuban certainly not helping himself with that, not getting in his first serve.
Second serve.
That's wonderful.
Good construction of the point, always in control. He, as Larry would have mentioned, he's an offensive player. He's an aggressive baseline, but he can come, look again, dominating, coming in, pulling, and then finishing with the overhead, very strong. I just want you to pay particular attention to the Cuban's leg drive on his serve. Larry would have mentioned the lack of leg drive from the young Wokolo. Yeah. But look at the leg drive, and what I'm speaking about is a knee flexion in the Cuban. Power is generated from the ground come up.
Again, he goes long with that backhand. So he plays a couple good shots with the backhand. Probably Kyle is looking for too much power. He's looking to get it too deep.
So the Cuban is pounding the weakness. He's pounding the weakness. So after a while, he's trying to keep with him as best as he can, but then it forces, I shouldn't say force, then he makes the unforced error. But again, I wanted to come back to the point of the Cuban leg drive in the serve. And we're going to look at...
Maybe we could have a look at his serve. We can ask to get there's the last
point. The last point again with the unforced error.
Maybe we can get into the Cuban serve. If we can probably get a replay of the Cuban when he's serving Osville, when he's actually serving, and we can have a look at his leg drive, would be really great.
Correct. Again, he needs, from the Cuban perspective, he's not that tall, so of course he's going to use a lot more leg drive to get up, to put the power onto the ball. Now, Wokolo, on the other hand, has the height, yes. Yeah. However, power is generated from the ground come up. So if you're not utilizing the full potential of the leg drive, you're leaving miles per hour on the court.
Yeah, that's quite right. Well, the first game of the second set has been taken by Osville. Wokolo, Ebulum Wokolo is up to serve.
So if you can look at the leg drive on the Wokolo, is not that big. Good powerful forehand again, working the ball. And what Wokolo needs to do at this time is keep that ball deep, keep working. Once he gives the Cuban the opportunity to dominate, it's all downhill. So he needs to take the opportunity off that serve and then dominate immediately.
Missed it. He set it up nicely with his serve.
That's the intention. Just poor execution. Good intention, just poor execution. But that's the approach. That's the tactical objective there. Dominating, controlling off the serve, then taking control with your weapon, which in this case is his forehand.
Yeah. A little bit of an opening now for Osville. 15-30.
So again, look, if we look at the replay there, he's trying to dominate as best as he can, missing some footwork there. That's the approach. That's serve
what he's
plus
been
one.
wanting, yes?
Serve plus one. Out wide, take control, dominate. It's that simple. But it's easier said than done.
I was about to say that. I like how you say it's that simple. You're sitting here in the stand next to me.
That's exactly again. So he's utilizing, he's working the correct game plan to dominate. What we need to also take into consideration with this youngster, he's 19 years of age. He's playing outside in Spain. He's now gaining that experience. Look again, serve plus one, big forehand going down the line, forcing the error.
It's another good serve. It's been the last few serves. Kyle has been really good, as you rightly said, serve plus one. Because at one stage it was 15-30 and he was in some problems, and his serve got him out of that, and he's been able to get back into get it back to 1-1.
Held the serve, so it's now 1-1. So he needs to dominate. Again, we need to take into consideration he's 19. His second time playing Davis Cup for Trinidad and Tobago. He's in front of his home crowd. Mother and father is here looking. Other persons that he trained with is here. So it's an additional pressure as well for the youngster.
Seems to be new balls, is it? New balls? I'm not sure.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's new balls. So what a difference will that make, you think, Kyle?
Coming off of the new balls for Wokolo, you're going to get a lot more pop off of a new ball for him with his height. So let's see if that would add some value.
Let's play.
Not bad. What I would like to see from the young Wokolo is to step in a little bit. He's playing away from the baseline a little too much. If he wants to dominate, he's step in a little more to take control of the points.
Luckily he called fault for Wokolo because he certainly missed it. He's gone.
A little loose one there.
15-all.
Sometimes I think he tends to try to go for a little bit too much power, Kyle. I don't know if you agree with it. He seems to want to really get that ball deep and goes to the power and doesn't get it accurate enough.
Yep. Okay. Another thing that we need to pay attention to is that of, while playing clay court tennis, you use a lot more top spin. You hit a heavier ball. Now on the hard court, what he's trying to do as well is hit through the ball to add some pace onto the ball. And that could be a contributing factor as well, trying to make the transition.
30-15 now for Osville. Or 40-15, sorry, because it's winning that point, taking it from 30-15 to 40-15. Back on the Chu side.
Big forehand. Big forehand.
I was about to say that was just a little too much power for Osville, but he's still got a game point because it's 40-30.
But the Cuban is in fact solid. He keeps the ball on the court. He's solid. He's definitely making less unforced errors.
And that's it. He's won.
Held serve.
Yep, he's held serve to take it to 2-1 now.
2 games to 1.
And it means that Wokolo is next up, and he's got to hold serve. You think at this point in time, Kyle, any break or serve, and it could be curtains for Ebulum Wokolo.
It's a crucial point at this time. He needs to maintain that service game, same type of pattern, that serve +1. Dominate with that serve. Get that first serve in, then dominate with his strengths. And I would like to see him play a little more in the court.
Yeah, he did it well in the previous game. He served well, as you rightly said, served +1, and he set up some good points, and he did it so very well that you have to think if he can maintain that service game right through, who knows, it could very well set up a very excited second set.
He is in fact coachable. I had the opportunity of working with him as a junior. Big guy, always dominated in the under 12 and the under 14 coming up for Trinidad and Tobago. Because of his height, he was always stronger than the opponents, and tactically started to put it together. So now he is in fact coachable. So we are seeing here little highlights of the match. Big forehand, but again trying to go for a little too much. Here again with the backhand, you can see the Cuban pounding the backhand, keeping most of the balls onto that backhand and forcing the errors. Again, you will see once he lets go that forehand, the Cuban will try his best to get that ball back to the backhand side.
I was making the point to Larry that you look at Ebulum Wokolo, and you can take him into any sport. He can be an excellent fast bowler, he can be a striker, a central defender, he can be an excellent basketball player. I mean, he's really excellent.
Nice.
Gone a little too wide.
Yep. Again, he seems to be confidence is starting to grow. I would like to see that first serve again and capitalizing on the +1, dominating. Let's see.
It was unfortunate. It clipped the net and stood up, and there was Osfield, easy put away from him. Once that ball hit the net cord, it just stood up there, and easy put away. So 15 all now.
That's the serve. That's the serve. That big serve. If you're going down the tee, you go big down the tee. Or what will actually make some sense now is that serve into the body of the Cuban.
Two incredible gets from Ebulum. He was up against it. He went one on the backhand, one on the forehand. He was stretching.
Excellent
every
fight.
Inch. Yeah,
excellent fight. Here he is pushing, the Cuban pulling, but he's there with his long levers, those long arms and legs, getting there. And until the Cuban just made the unforced error. Good point.
Excellent point in the end.
First serve.
Well, somebody called double fault.
Yep.
And that's what he's done. But still, it's 40-30 in his favor.
Still, the good intention trying to keep that second serve deep with some top spin to keep the Cuban on the defense, just going a little too long.
Deuce.
2 double faults, so it goes from 40-15 to deuce.
And
Can't
if I could
afford at this time to make these kind of errors. All of a sudden, break point from 40-15, Osville now has a break point.
Yep.
So game for the Cuban, Osville now going 3-1 up. He's broken in very early in the second set. So he goes 3-1 up now, and you've got to think that Osville is going to go on to win this game.
And you can see from the replay there, again a loose forehand. You know, the serves, the intensity of the serve started to drop coming down there in this last service game. Wasn't happy with that at all, and I'm sure Ibalum will not be happy with that service game. Just to maintain the serve +1 is so integral. Let's see if he can turn this around.
Well, double fault now from the Cuban.
Is this contagious?
You said you worked with Ebalum, Wokolo, Kyle. What's he like mentally? You know, you talk about his physicality and his power of the shots, but mentally. He's missed it.
Yep. Good question. He's one that I like to refer to as coachable. He listens, he in the frame of mind, he always backs himself as best as he can. So from a mental perspective, he seems to be resilient. However, in situations like this, on the big stage, could be something completely different.
Yeah. So love 30. He's got an opening here to break back immediately if he can hold his nerve. Went for too much power there. I was about to say the power hitting from Ebalum was excellent, but I think I don't know if he got frustrated because he was going for the power and the ball was coming back at the same pace, and I think he just decided, listen, I'm going for it now, and just went for a little too much.
In my discussion with him earlier on in the week, he said that was something that he struggled with when he went to Spain, because with his power, with that clay court tennis, the ball was coming back.
Yeah, the ball was coming back at clay. That's right. We've got to talk a little bit of finesse on those clay court surfaces, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, he's back to 30 all. Osville, so he's holding his nerve. He's a really good player.
Solid player. Technically sound all round. But as I mentioned earlier on, all these players here can play. They can hit a forehand, they can serve. Just a little long. And now Osville is up. Has 40-30.
From love 30.
From love 30. Again, dominating down, again pushing on the weakness, which is the backhand of Wokolo, and forcing the error. So as I said, all these players could serve, hit a forehand, but the ability to maintain is the crucial component.
And the consistency.
Yes.
That's excellent. That's much better.
Good answer.
He went to his strength though. He went forehand, and I think Wokolo was enjoying it. He was enjoying getting it back with that forehand and put Osville under some pressure. It's now juice.
Yep. Once he gets the confidence on that forehand and he starts stroking that ball and the forehand starts falling in, it could be trouble in the camp.
Yep. Well, break point now. So it means that Wokolo can break right back and get it to 3-2 and back on serve. Just wide.
I'll predict out wide on the backhand.
What a rally.
Good exchange.
What a rally.
Good exchange. Just clipping coming to the end. Good exchange. Good striking of the ball from both players. Again, controlling Wokolo, controlling the majority of the point. Again on the forehand and backhand until we force the error with the forehand going out wide. But a good rally nonetheless.
Well, that's
advantage Cuba.
So Osville has now taken the advantage there again.
Yep.
Good serve into the body, forcing Ibulum to shorten that backhand return and forcing and creating the forcing the error, I would say. Good shot, man.
Good shot. Forcing the Cuban Osville out wide on that backhand. It had power. It really was a good shot. He couldn't.
If there's one thing we cannot dispute, the youngster is powerful.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He's powerful. Powerful.
Yeah, again, look again with the forehand here. Ripping that forehand and forcing the error.
It's a good serve.
Very good serve.
Forcing Wokolo wide. Just couldn't get it back. It hustled onto him. I thought that was a very good return.
It was an excellent return off the backhand. He could, but he had an answer.
Yes, because when I saw the return, I thought that's a good return. But Oswald, he had the answer and got it back, got it low to Wokolo's forehand, and he couldn't control it.
Give him the opportunity here now to hold serve, so it's now 4-1 to the Cuban.
So this is the facility up here. Wonderful facility.
State-of-the-art facility. The only stadium, the only facility of such in the entire region, both English and Spanish speaking. So we actually label it as the hub of tennis in the Caribbean. And just some highlights of the last couple points there, that last point there of Wokolo in this deciding, in that last service game.
But it's 4-1 now, and it really seems now just a foregone conclusion that Oswald is going to go on to win this game. You know, just has to hold 2 serves, and that will be that. But
comparing strengths and weaknesses all around, the Oswald, the Cuban is that solid. He is solid. The amount of unforced errors by the young Wokolo is making a difference. He's not that steady with the Cuban. The Cuban is there. He's making less errors. He's making, so that's the difference there.
You know, we've seen the players from Aruba. We've seen the Cuban earlier this morning. He's by far and away the best player we've seen, in my view, the best player we've seen on show so far.
He is consistent, but the reality is he really forced? So for me to make a good evaluation in terms of the best player, is he really being pushed at this point in time by an equal opponent of same caliber? That's another question we can ask.
Well, you can only face what's in front of you, and he's really. I mean, we're looking at some highlights of that the previous game.
Yep.
He put Wokolo under some pressure. And that was when it was 2-1.
Yep, big forehand again from Wokolo. As we said earlier on, we can't dispute. You see that game style. I want to see Wokolo bring him to net again and explode. Bring that Cuban to net and unleash that big forehand.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say he's serving to stay in the game, but it seems he's serving to get out of the game, because double fault to start with. Love 15.
That's the game. Serve +1. Big serve followed up by a pretty big forehand. Then forcing the error from the Cuban. Once that confidence comes, it will be good news for Wokolo. Very good point. Good setup in terms of working the ball to the opponent's backhand until opening the court with the short ball. Very good construction of the point. If we can look again here on the replay, big forehand down to the opponent's backhand. He waits on it short, then goes into the open court. No reply from the Cuban.
But let me tell you, he tried his best to stay in this game. He was defending, he defended for all he was worth, until just at the end, he couldn't stop Wokolo from getting to that ball and just putting it away nicely. 30-15. What another beautiful rally, an excellent rally, and well set up by the Cuban, wasn't it? He was going mano with the forehand, then went to the backhand and put it away nicely.
Good display, forehand here, Cuban dominating the point. Ubulum using a little defensive on the forehand, then again on the backhand until he couldn't, until the Cuban took control and finished the point.
Excellent. The way he set up that point, I thought was magnificent by Osville.
Good effort also from the Ubulum.
Oh yeah.
He was a bit lucky there. You know, he lost his footing coming in.
That's right. And he just sort of pushed it back.
Yep. Caught Osville off guard. If you look at it here, he pulled him off wide, lost his footing a bit,
that's right.
and just pushed it back.
And you had to think Osville should have put that away.
Yep. Probably caught off guard.
40-30.
Serving at a stay. There he goes with his serve and volley.
That's right.
Nice kick serve out wide, coming to net. And Larry would have mentioned that, using that tactic in terms of serve and volley a little more. Coming to net, easy does it. Opening the court on the backhand, on the Cuban's backhand, and coming to net. What an opportune time to actually come to net and finish off the game. Good display from the young Wokolo.
So 4-2 now, as Osville is going to serve to go 5-2 up. And Wokolo would have other ideas. He would want to break now, get back into this game at 4-3. It's too long.
It's a little too long.
Good start from Osville.
He stays with his game plan to dominate, use his strengths, meaning the Osville, and exploit his opponent's weakness. And in this regard, it seems to be the backhand, so he's predominantly using that plan.
It's gone wide. 30-love.
And as the saying goes, if your game plan is working, why change it?
It's too long. That's too wide. 40-love now.
Lack of footwork on that backhand. Caught him there. He's planted on the floor, planted his feet, and just moving his body as opposed to moving the feet to get away, get some room.
It's quite right, Kyle.
So if you can get a replay of that, here he is on the backhand. Instead of moving his feet to get some room, he just moving. Upper body was moving. Need to move his legs.
Well, he ran around to get that forehand in, and eventually he netted the forehand. So it's now 5-2. So Osville just one game away to take this tie.
Yep. Now, good display again. We can't dispute the level of tennis that the Cuban is playing. He's the most consistent player on court at this point in time. Technically all wrong, he's sound, good serve, ground strokes, he can actually come to the net, etc. He's making at this point in time in the entire match less unforced errors, and tennis is all about that.
Yes, well, it seems that the young man is heading towards defeat, and which would mean let's have a look at the last point.
Opening the court. Yeah, previous some highlights.
Yeah, that was a previous point that actually Okolo won.
Would have opened the court with that forehand. And I mentioned previously, if I started, I would like to see Willem come into the court a little more. He plays, his natural game style is from playing at the back of the baseline. Again, look at him here again, playing from the back of the baseline, but just going a little too deep. If he can step in a little more, he plays from far behind the baseline. And this Cuban exploits the backhand. Every opportunity he gets, down to the backhand.
So it's 5-2 now. And Evelum Okolo is going to serve. So trying to stay in this set to get it to 5-3 and make the Cuban serve out for victory. What a good shot. He went to the wide forehand of Okolo, and he just couldn't get around in time. It had power, right placement. Basically, that shot had everything.
That well put away. Game style. We need to see a little bit more from Okolo. He needs to take the opportunity, come to net, serve and volley, chip and charge. When he opens with the big forehand, come to net and put it away. Play a lot more inside the baseline. Again, opening the court, taking the opportunity to come to net and finishing successfully. That's a good serve. 30-15 now, serving again. Let's see if we can get that same effect from the last game. Big serve here now and capitalize with a big forehand.
Wow, wrong choice, wasn't it? He played it straight back. I thought he might have gone cross-court with a little deft touch, but he tried to go down the line. Osville was there.
What he did well was his serve and volley.
Yeah.
He came to net to serve and volley. Just the net would have added some challenge. Oh, that's the point. That's the style. Serve +1. Big serve to the open court. And then playing that big forehand to the open court. Excellent tactic.
There's the shot going to the backhand of Osville.
So it's now deuce. Double fault again under pressure.
But why, Kyle? You're 40-30 up. What pressure? Just get the serve in. I'm really sorry. He should be doing better. That's it. Get the serve in. Let your opponent make the mistake.
Let's see how it goes now. I call a serve and volley. Let's see. Double fault once again.
Back to juice.
No free points. At this time, it's crucial that we don't give away free points. All right, again, deep serve, keeping the Cuban on that, forcing the Cuban to make that error. So he's now has the advantage once again. Let's see. And he finally holds.
Wins the game.
Holds his serve.
5-3 now. Kyle, will the Cuban be under some pressure to hold his serve?
I don't think he will be under much pressure as he has been holding serve for the entire set. Now, Ibulum has to actually bring a different game. And I still can't understand. If your game plan of approaching net is working, why wouldn't you employ that game plan a lot more? Get to the net as soon as you can and take control. Again there.
So, Oswald serving for the set. Oh, that was excellent.
Point.
That was excellent. Lovely rally. But you always felt Wokolo was in control, wasn't he?
Always was. Again, starting with the backhand, utilizing the backhand, then getting to his strength as fast as he can. Big forehand again. Getting the opportunity here. Short ball, stepping in and opens the court nicely, forcing the error from his opponent.
Love 15. They said Oswald serving not only for the set but serving for the match and the tie, because Cuba will go 2-0 up. His nerves starting to set in.
The ability to close, huh?
Oswald has played such a good game. You know, you'd have to think, well, why would nerves suddenly set in? Just continue to do what you're doing. You know, because he's been so superb in my view. Let's forget about Nkolo in terms of how well or how badly or how indifferent he's been. I just think Oswald has been very solid.
Within the last couple points, Wokolo has started to play a different game. He's opening up, so it could be a message, a startling message as what's going on here. Could this be the turning point?
(30-15) is 2 points away from this match. And the tie for Cuba. 40-15.
40-15.
Match point for Osville.
The Cuban did maintain the consistency and the intensity throughout this match. He dominated with his strengths. It was a one-sided affair in terms of the amount of unforced errors as opposed to winners, etc.
And even the score line at 6-1, 6-3 if he does win the point. And that's it, 6-1, 6-3. So you look at the score, just the score line, Kyle, and you would say, well, it's been dominated by Osville.
More experienced Osville against Ibulum would have given a fight. Ibulum would have tried his best. A little more in terms of the unforced errors. We need to look at that if Captain Dunstan at this point in time will be going back to some stats with those players and comparing the amount of unforced errors and trying to reduce those errors both for Cadogan and also for Ibulum. So it's back to the drawing board for a bit, but we still have the doubles encounter here. We still have the doubles encounter, and if you look at the stats, yeah, we talk about the first serve percentage for Osville, 85% as opposed to Ibulum, 65.
And that's a big difference, isn't it?
Yep. Look again, double faults. 5 double faults as opposed to 10 coming from Ibulum.
And winners, 12-4.
Yeah, again.
So you could look at this and see that it's been really dominated by the Cuban. Total points 165, break points 4 out of 4. Whereas Ebulun, he had one opportunity and wasn't able to break the Cuban serve. So you look at that match summary and you have to say total domination outside of aces, but total domination by Osville.
And the reality is now, Colin, this is what is used by coaches now to analyze and to build statistics. It's not about going out, how did you play? It's about looking at the figures. The figures don't lie. It's about looking at those figures, looking at your first serve percentage, second serve percentage, and now creating a training plan to mitigate this from reoccurring in the future.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, what a tie, but Cuba taking it by so far by 2-0. We're going to try and let's have a look at Kyle at some of the highlights.
So we started with Ubulum again, but the Cuban always started off in control. Again, started from the early, a lot of unforced errors coming from Ubulum. Big forehand, strong Ubulum, but the consistent Cuban who's just there putting those balls back. The first 3 games of the match. Again, Ubulum with some big forehand. He did have some big highlights during the first set. Some big forehands, pulling the Cuban to net from time to time.
Yeah, he did. And thing is, when Ubulum got it right, he certainly put the Cuban under pressure. But the Cuban always seemed to be in control of the points, etc. And it's been a really good display from Osville. We're going to have a word with him a little later. Larry Yearwood has gone to have an interview with him, of course. But we keep looking at these highlights, and really and truly, there is the Cuban Osville, Osville Torino, really has been excellent.
Dominated as a one-side affair in terms of the stats and also the scoreline.
Yeah, 6-1, 6-3. Really and truly shows the domination of the Cuban. But Wokolo had his moments, but it was too far, and it was in between, and too far in between that he had his good moments.
This would only be a learning experience. Taking this information.
Larry talked about development process and things like that, and this youngster, just 19 years old, will keep developing.
Definitely. And when we look at these experiences, it's not about wins. This is not a loss. This is an opportunity to actually learn. So the question coaches ask, I love to ask when we come off of a court.
What have you learned?
3 questions I love to ask. What went well? What could have been better? how do you think we could improve on it?
Yeah.
You know, so when we go back to the drawing board, we can look at those things and reevaluate the approach moving forward.
Yes, there is we're showing some of the highlights of the game, of course, between.
And again, if you look at every single time, the majority of the times that Wokolo played inside the tennis court, he would have won the points.
Yeah.
Every time he came to net,
He won the
was
point. Yeah.
But in the 90s, in terms of percentage, every time
That's right.
net points. So why wouldn't you continue a winning pattern?
Well, so the Cubans, they've taken this tie. They've won both the singles games. We'll wait for doubles. That should be coming up in about 25 minutes' time when the doubles will be here on the stadium court. So we're going to take a break and then come back.
Nothing. I'm not here. I'm not hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. I'm okay. So I don't need this, right? Right. I'm hearing now. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Osville Torino de Cuba from Cuba. He just finished off his victory against our number one player, Ebolum Wokolo. I'm going to ask him a couple questions in Spanish. The first one I'm going to ask him is, what did he think of his opponent and how did the match go for him? Osviel, perdón. ¿Cómo fue el partido? ¿Cómo fue tu contrincante?
Estuvo bien, pensé que Al principio salí como que a asegurar los puntos jugando cruzado, porque como que se me hacía más fácil, porque era un jugador que estoy acostumbrado a su ritmo, porque hay muchos en Cuba así, que le pega fuerte a la pelota. Lo que bueno, tenía muy poca movilidad y entonces pude manejar bien. Yo siempre ir a la ofensiva, que ese es como mi sistema de juego.
He says that he started off carefully with hitting cross court a lot, and because he runs into a lot of players from Cuba like that who play aggressively from the baseline, he was accustomed to the speed, and he thought that Ebolum was just a little bit slow, so he was able to take advantage of it. The second question I was going to ask him is how was his preparation? How did he feel, and how did he deal with the conditions that we played in? ¿Cómo sentiste vos personalmente y también las condiciones? Y las condiciones que aquí, sí, el clima, y usted personalmente, ¿cómo sentiste? ¿100% o qué?
100%. Ayer tuve un partido difícil, fue a 3 sets, pero me logré recuperar bien y entonces salí a darlo todo porque, como decía, es un rival que podía dominar con mi ritmo y entonces salí desde el minuto 1 a 100% porque tenía que hacerlo para no dejarlo montarlo arriba. Y bueno, hay mucho sol, mucha humedad, pero bueno, el clima es adaptable porque igual similar al de Cuba. Y bueno, la cancha muy buena porque está espaciosa, hay buen espacio para moverse. Muy buena.
Yes. No, he says that that he was able to dominate. He realized he could dominate with his speed and his style, so he went for it quite early. And he says that as far as the climate, it is similar to what is in Cuba, so he had no problem dealing with it. I'm going to ask him from here forward, what does he look forward to? What kind of results are they looking for? De aquí adelante, ¿qué resultados creo que pueden sacar aquí? Porque a ti te gusta la cancha y todo. Entonces, ¿a dónde quiere llegar?
Bueno, esperamos nuestro mayor como que handicap es poder avanzar de este grupo, ya que estábamos en el 3 y descendimos para acá y damos por todo a ganar este grupo y entonces fajarnos allá, a pelear por subir al grupo 2, que es lo principal meta que tenemos los cubanos, a seguir manteniéndonos en el nivel que estuvimos alguna vez en Copa Davis. Entonces vamos para arriba.
Thank you. He says that the intention is to, of course, first of all, win the group, complete the task, and keep on doing like what they've been doing for years as Cuban tennis. They're looking forward to going up to Group 3. Okay. Muchas gracias, Osville. Suerte.
Gracias.
Let's go now to Liu Chen upstairs. He will give us some updates.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Liu Chen back again here at the National Racket Center in Tacarigua, Trinidad and Tobago for some Davis Cup action. Just going to give you another update on the outer courts. Of course, all 3 of the courts are on their doubles. The third match of the day for each of the ties. On court 1, we have Haiti versus Honduras. The Hondurans lead 6-1 in the first set and 1-love in the second. Of course, they have already won the tie, winning their 2 singles. Similar story in the court 2 encounter between Nicaragua and the US Virgin Islands, as they also lead in their doubles in the first set 3-1 up against the boys from the Virgin Islands. They also won their 2 singles, so they already are in the lead of their tie. In court 3, we have Antigua versus Bermuda. The doubles is the tiebreaker, as there was a 1-all draw in the singles matches. And the Bermudans do lead in that doubles tie, as they won the first set 6-3. And they are leading 1-love in the second. Back over to you, Colin, on center court.
Thank you very much. And Cuba taking an unassailable 2-0 lead. Kyle, we have the doubles coming up. That should be up in about 20 minutes or maybe just less than 20 minutes. But a situation where Tobago just need to get one victory under their belt. As you rightly said, 3-0 and 2-1 makes a difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, so the Trinidad and Tobago doubles team of Akil Duke and Nabil Mohammed will be up against, on paper, the Johan Perez and Osmel will come back again to play the doubles. But again, we can have some changes there from the Cuban side. So far, we are seeing at this point in time, Akil Duke and Nabil Mohammed is walking on stadium court to start their warm-up. But this promises to be a very interesting encounter in terms of getting that one rubber under Trinidad and Tobago's belt.
Yeah, so of course, losing the first game today, Joseph Cadogan losing when he had to retire hurt in the third set. Third set didn't even get underway. He won the first one in a tie break at 7-6, lost the second at 7-5. He was leading 5-3, got us an injury and never recovered from that, and eventually lost it at 7-5 and couldn't start the third set.
Yep.
And then we've just seen Wokolo losing to Osville in really what was an easy victory in the end for the Cubans. So the Cubans, they've got this 2-0 lead, and as you rightly said, it's a situation now where Trinidad and Tobago need to win the doubles to at least get one game under their belt.
Yes, as I said, the first singles match looked so positive. For Trinidad and Tobago, so that was disappointing. I could only imagine the tension in the camp, the Trinidad and Tobago camp at this point in time, after thinking that we were on top in that first singles, possibly securing a one-love lead, and now losing the second match. This may have had Trinidad and Tobago at 1-1, but nonetheless, postmortems are for deceased. So the reality is now it's 2-love to Cuba, and here Trinidad is going to actually put their best foot forward to actually secure that last
win. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. So it's going to be doubles action in a little while here at the National Racket Sports Center. It's going to be Trinidad and Tobago against Cuba in the doubles tie, and I think all of Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that they can get one game at least under their belt. So we're going to take a break, and then when we're ready for doubles action at the National Racket Sports Center, we're going to be back here to bring you live coverage. Welcome back here to the Davis Cup, as we say, the World Cup of Tennis. It's day number 2 at the National Racket Sports Center in Tacarigua, and we're getting ready for doubles action because we've already had the singles Trinidad and Tobago against Cuba. Cuba winning both singles. The first game, the man there called Osmel Rivera Granja defeating Joseph Cadogan, and he beat Cadogan. Well, it was really unfortunate because the first set Cadogan won by 7-6 in a tie break. Granja won the second set at 7-5 after Cadogan was leading 5-3, serving for the set, and unfortunately he pulled up with an injury. He couldn't continue at the end of the second set and had to default the third set, and so Cuba had won that first game. In the second game, Osvaldo Torino, he came up against Ebolam Wokolo of Trinidad and Tobago, and it was a straight set victory for him, 6-1, 6-3. He won comfortably in the end, and so Cuba, they lead this tie by 2-0. We now have the doubles, and it's Johan Perez and Osmel Granja. He's back in the doubles lineup now, and they're coming up against Akil Juk and Nabil Majid Mohammed. So that is the lineup here for the doubles action, and Trinidad and Tobago having not won a game yet. They lost 3-0 yesterday to Cuba. Sorry, they lost 3-0 to Aruba, and they trail Cuba by 2-0 now, and they will be hoping that this doubles pair, who lost yesterday, very close encounter, losing 6-4, 7-5, and they will be hoping to turn the tables here today and come out victorious and give Trinidad and Tobago their first win. Seated next to me is the ever-present Larry Yearwood, speaking Spanish, speaking all sorts of different languages. But Larry, I'm going to ask you to speak in English now as you assess this tie, Trinidad and Tobago doubles with Juk and Mohammed against Perez and Granja. How do you see it?
Well, thank you for that warm introduction, Colin. Even though the tie, the rubber has been decided, the tie has been decided, each match is important, and so it is still important that Trinidad and Tobago puts its best foot forward. We have two experienced Davis Cup players and excellent doubles players. Even though they lost yesterday, they played quite well, and just were up short, lost by a break in each set. So I expect it to be quite competitive this afternoon, and I think the fact that they are outdoors will augur well for our local team. So let's sit back, enjoy.
Tell me a little bit about Granja, because he played in the first game, and I think you interviewed him, and he was talking a little bit about physically he wasn't 100%, but he's come back here now to play in the doubles.
Yes, these guys are troopers. These guys are tough. When he says he's not 100%, that just means, he didn't feel tip-top, the best he's ever felt in his life. But certainly that says nothing about his willingness to compete. And that's one thing about these guys, especially the Cubans. Very tough. They're mentally tough, and will be ready to go. So he'll be ready to go, and we'll see how things shape up, what pattern of play develops, what kind of strategies they employ, whether they go with the I formation, the Australian formation. These days...
Please tell our viewers what is the Australian formation.
Australian formation is simply when the guy is serving that instead of standing opposite, that you stand in line with the guy who's serving. The I formation is when you get down over the center service line, and but they're setting up in normal position, so ready for action.
Yes, we're ready for action. Cuba is going to serve, and it's Granja is the man serving, and receiving is Mohammed. That's a good start for Mohammed.
Well, right away they went to net together. They both started at the baseline, and Nabil hit a nice low return, and they were charging. So they're being aggressive.
Well, love 30 and already Trinidad and Tobago, they have a little bit of an opening here in the very first game being served by the server is Osmel Granha, who took part in the singles a little earlier, and he's back on court now, but losing his first 2 serves, and it means that Trinidad and Tobago are love 30 up.
Just missed. They're being aggressive.
Yeah,
I like how they've started, and let's just hope it continues.
That's 15-30.
15-30, correct. Was that a football?
No, I think it was just wide.
Okay.
Double fault. So break point very early now for Trinidad and Tobago. It's
very uncustomary for the Cubans to give us a gift this early, but here we go. We accept it and we try to convert.
Well, let's see if Mohammed can. That's a good serve. Deep into the backhand of Mohammed.
Yes. Giving Nabil no angle really to return. In doubles, it's best to serve either at the body or up the tee. You serve them wide, then you give the opponent an angle to hit.
It's too long.
Yeah.
So Granja has done well. 15-40 down. He's brought it back to juice.
Yeah. Akil needed to really get those knees down in order to make that shot happen. Try to get you, they say, try to get to eye level with the ball. At least attempt to, and that didn't happen in that instance.
As we see them again coming, both of them coming to net very quickly. Larry?
Yes, but that was a poachable ball. They were serving. They served to the backhand. Johan could have crossed, but he chose not to.
Again, saving the break point with that serve.
Yeah.
That's hit long by Duke.
Excellent first serve. Very important, the high percentage of first serves in doubles, Colin. Crucial. Yeah.
Advantage Cuba.
Another first serve.
Which side of the court as a doubles player, Larry, would you prefer if you're a southpaw or if you're stronger on the backhand? Where would you want to be?
Stronger on the backhand. Ooh, that's a tough one. Oh. Yeah, that's tough serve. Yeah. Stronger on the backhand.
Meaning if you feel you're a better player in terms of your backhand is a little stronger than your forehand.
Well, it depends if you're left-handed or right-handed.
Okay.
If you're right-handed, I would want the deuce court because I have most of the court to play with.
Right.
As a lefty, though, for some reason, I love the ad court.
The ad court.
Yeah, but the biggest championship I ever won in doubles, I won playing the deuce court.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was another lefty from South Africa, a big 6'5" guy that played quite well from the ad courts. And we won the tournament.
Well, that's good. But talking about winning,
yes.
Cubans, they've held that first game and they were in some trouble. A couple break points, but they eventually held their nerve. I think the longer the game went on, is the better Granja service became.
Yeah, and to me, we were overly aggressive. When we had a chance to get up, I would return and hit a lob or something to get the point started instead of just try to hit aggressive returns that fail. You know, I would make sure the ball goes in. I put a lob up over Johan's head or something to get the point started.
Well, it's 1-love to Cuba as Duke is about to serve. Oh, that's put away. It's nicely put away by Ranha.
Yeah. He was being very aggressive on that point. Good return. My net man needs to be aggressive, especially when he's crossing for a forehand volley from the due side. I would want Nabil to be quite aggressive.
It's wide. Ranha. Take a note, Larry, as Duke is about to serve. Both the Cubans are standing on the baseline. None of them are at net.
Right. Neither of them, because it's a strong first serve. I think things with the form. I think the formation will change with the second serve, but for the first serve, they're both back.
It's a good return, low down that Duke couldn't handle.
Yeah.
And it's what, 15-30 now. So a little bit of a opening for Cuba.
30
Good serve from Duke, bringing it back to 30 all.
Yes. And you notice he's taking some off to get the first serve in. He's spinning in that first serve, which is a wise move for doubles. Well left.
Yep. But I think in the end, good judgment on the part of Duke. So,
see, and with the spin serve, you also, if you're going to serve and volley, you have more time to get to net. So, I like it.
40-30. Oh, that's well put away by Mohammed. So, Tobago on the board at 1-all, but that was well put away by Mohammed. We have the bugle man. Is it bugle? I'm not too sure what that instrument is. I know it's a. Oh, is it the bazooka?
Vuvuzela.
Vuvuzela.
The Vuvuzela.
Yes, that's right.
Famous at the Olympics.
Yeah.
I think it
the World Cup.
The World Cup.
Yeah.
The World Cup. That's correct.
And
could you imagine 1,000 of those going at once? That'd be tremendous.
So it's going to be Perez. Going to serve there now for Cuba, Johan Perez. Starts with a double fault.
Low ball toss, low contact point. And he hasn't played, so he may be trying to work the nerves out, you know, trying to calm himself down. Even though they've already won the tie.
It's going to be too long.
That's a tough serve.
15-all. King sequence.
Whoa.
13-15.
Shock you very much.
Top edge?
Yeah. Overslips?
Yep.
For 4.
I think that went for 6. The kind of height it made and distance. But it's 30-15 now. So. Yet another double fault. Yeah, as you rightly as you were saying, Larry, maybe nerves.
Maybe nerves, but he's being overly aggressive. That's a very strong second serve. He's not holding back. He's not trying to spin it in. He's going for it.
Yeah.
Johan is.
Another double four. My. So he's giving Trinidad and Tobago break point here. So it's 30-40 as Duke and Mohammed.
Crucial that Keel make a return here. Got to make them play.
Well, the return was done, but not where he wanted it, wide and long. So it's back to deuce.
Yeah.
There was Mohammed just looking to play it back and just got too much under it.
Yeah.
Went high and not so handsome.
That's the problem with only playing doubles. Sometimes the timing gets a bit off. Takes you a little while to get things sorted out.
Another long one. So Perez, after a couple double falls, still holds his serve, and Cuba now go 2-1 up. And you have to say, too many unforced errors coming from the Trinidad and Tobago doubles pair, Larry.
Too many wayward returns, especially the rule for playing the break point. You got the break point in hand, you make the return, make the guy hit the ball. Even if you want to drive it down the line, you say to your partner, listen, I'm going down the line. I'm going at the body of the net man. And so your partner is ready to go and you play together. But there must be a plan, not just being aggressive on the return. There must be an overall plan. And for me, I love the lob on the return, Colin. I love to start it off sometimes, just on occasion to break up the rhythm. I'm driving my return, suddenly I go with a lob over the top of the head.
Yeah. And really, at that point in time, you're putting back the emphasis on the opponents to come up with to come up with something.
That's right.
Well, it's 2-1 as it's going to be Mohammed to serve for Trinidad and Tobago. The moment they're 2-1 down.
Yeah. The thing about doubles, it's communication. If you notice, the top doubles players in the world aren't the top singles players, because doubles is a distinct game and it calls for communication, playing together, covering together. And you'll notice that they give signals. I believe they're going to give some signals here, or they talked about it, so they know what they're going to be doing.
That's too long. Yeah, when you look at doubles all over the world, and the thing is, they talk after every point almost.
That's right. You see them walking back together, getting the next plan, getting everything straight.
That's good. That's much better from Mohammed. Had to play 2 volleys there, but there were 2 volleys, Larry, that were pretty difficult, and he controlled them well.
Yes, very crisp. Very good. Now you'll see some teams using signals, the net person, the net players, hand behind the back, but they were saying that they thought their signals were being stolen against Aruba, so they might have.
Mohammed is really volleying well. Yes. He hit the first one out, but since then he's been controlling the volleys.
Very solid, and it's very crucial. I like to see you make your first serve and your first volley in doubles. From there, then you can play.
30-15. Another very good volley. Serve and coming in on that serve. Yeah.
Serve and volley.
Serve and volley.
A lost start, Colin.
Yes.
A lost start. And it has to do a lot with the equipment too. The rackets these guys are using, these are very powerful. So sometimes you don't have time to get in because the ball moves so quickly. You get caught in no man's land.
Remember in the old days, the Beyond Borg and these guys playing with wooden rackets. My word,
right.
what would they do now for these type of rackets?
Well,
Game for Trinidad and Tobago, so they've evened up things there. It's now 2-all.
Well done.
So we back to where we started.
Right, everyone serves, so
that's
new
right.
rotation.
New rotation, it's 2-all. And we're going to start back with Osmel Rivera Granja, who started the service game from Cuba. So he's going to pick it up again.
Yeah, he's got some pop on that first serve, so I would definitely play 2 back to begin and then change to something else on the second serve.
Yes, well, both Trinidad and Tobago players at the moment, one behind the baseline, one just in front.
Oh, that's good. Nice. That's a heck of a return. Took it early. Almost a half volley. Really well done by Nabil.
I'm very impressed with his volleying.
Yes.
Larry.
Good hands.
Oh,
always
yeah.
had it. He was born with that. Innate.
Double fault.
Feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
Because they're coming. He knows they're coming on that second serve.
Little opening now at love 30. Slight opening here for Trinidad and Tobago. But against Granja in his previous service game, they had a break point. Couldn't convert.
Let him off the hook.
Another double fault. Well. 3 break points now for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And they would certainly want to convert one of these now to take a 3-2 lead.
That's correct. That's correct. Make your return, Colin. That's the rule.
That's a very good serve.
Yeah,
that's the type of serve when you're in trouble, Larry. That's what you need to pull you out of it.
That's correct.
He needs 2 more because it's only now 15-40. So 2 break points still for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah. We got to be stingy. Make the return.
Oh, that's good.
That's a heck of a return.
Yeah, excellent return.
That thing was low.
Perez couldn't do very much about it, could he?
No. He would have had to take a split step and get down and all this stuff, and he was nowhere near to completing that volley.
So they finally get the break here, Trinidad and Tobago, the first break in this first set, and it means that they now take a 3-2 lead as they've broken Osmel Rivera Granja, and Trinidad and Tobago now up a service break, and one has to think they've just got to hold the nerve and try and at least take this first set.
Yes. Now we call it consolidating the break.
Yes.
Yes, consolidating the break. And to do that, we need, I think Akil is serving now. We need him to keep that first serve percentage up, keep spinning in those serves, and ideally getting to the net, or even giving Nabil a chance to finish them off, because Nabil has been playing tremendously at the net.
Oh, he has.
Sharp volleys.
Yes, his volley has been excellent. It's been really, and we've seen conditions here, Larry, still ideal. It's sunny, it's bright, there's a little wind blowing, but really superb conditions today for tennis.
Yes.
And we've seen some good games thus far before this doubles. I mean, we've been really entertained to some good tennis.
Yes, we've been treated to some high-class tennis, and you know, if the viewers were checking us out all day, they would have seen some really nice tennis from both sides, from Trinidad and Tobago and from Cuba. And it's only fitting that we finish it off with a nice high-class doubles match.
Well, it's going to be Akil Duke. Missed it.
Yeah.
It was a little too high for him, wasn't it?
A little bit. He didn't get on. He didn't get up.
Yeah. He came back with some pace, I thought, as well.
It was high and drifting, and I don't know. He did the best he could.
Well, he's
let's move on.
He's got to miss one or two.
That's right.
Because
he's allowed.
He's been absolutely superb so far in terms of his volleying.
Yes.
Oh, that's delicate. That's a beauty of a touch there. Just getting it, flipping it over, and it's 15 all now. Another difficult volley for Mohammed to control. Couldn't get it back into the court and went just over and out. So 50-30 now. And Cuba, they've got a little bit of a...
Captain.
Thank you. Create some best ones.
So 3-all now, and Cuba breaking back immediately, and Duke not able to hold his serve. Just to let our viewers know, there's been a slight change to the Cuban lineup, and we'll give it to you after this serve. Again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a change apparently. Osmel Granha has been withdrawn at the last moment, and we were not informed of that. And in fact, he's been replaced by Darion Zuniga. So it's Johan Perez and Darion Zuniga as the pair from the Cubans. And I was concerned about Granha. I think I made it mention to you, Larry, that with his little injury, he might take part in the doubles.
Yes, but with my poor eyesight, I didn't pick that up.
You thought they all look alike?
Well, kind of.
A Cuban is a Cuban is a Cuban.
I don't want to go there. You're leading me down the road. I don't want to follow.
Oh, that's a good return. But couldn't follow up.
Luck.
Brilliant return.
Yes.
But I just couldn't follow up.
Yes.
So it's what, 4-3 now, or is that 40 love? No, it's 40 love.
So this is Zuniga serving?
Yeah, that's Zuniga. And held serve. So Cuba will go 4-3 up. And would have thought Trinidad and Tobago had the edge when they broke, but the Cubans breaking right back and bringing it now, and then holding serve to bring it to 4-3.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago could not consolidate the break, and the Cubans serving quite strongly. Zuniga serving quite strongly, was able to put the Cubans back on top. They're not going anywhere, these Cubans. Quite tough, and they're gonna make us earn any sort of victory that we get today. It will be one that is earned.
No doubt about that. It's still nice conditions here at the National.
A little windy.
Racket. Yeah, it's a little windy,
swirly.
but
Yeah, that's why I'd be lobbing, Colin.
You would have been lobbing.
I've been lobbing. I play an opponent like yourself.
But you don't need to lob me, Larry. You just get it back over the net.
But I would. I love the excitement. Just put up the lob and watch the excitement here.
You would just love the excitement, trying to see me get it back, right?
That's
So you just had to hit it over the net and you'll get excitement. 9 out of 10 times I may not get it back over the net. So
you're much too humble. Much too humble.
So 4-3, Mohammed. Or should I say 3-4, because Mohammed has the ball in his hand and he's going to serve. And he's going to serve to, let's see, Zuniga.
Serve took out.
Yeah. I thought, yeah.
They were probably looking for a call.
Just left it, didn't he?
Yeah. Come on. Here we go.
That's well put away by Duke.
Nabila's an interesting stance for serving, where he starts with that left heel up. You know, it's a little bit different. Something different. It's been a long day, so I'm just looking at
It's going to be interesting.
things that I find interesting.
Yeah, I would expect so, Larry. You
around the stadium.
Yeah. His left heel, you said. Okay.
Look at he raises it. Yeah, he starts with it up usually. Even before the action, the motion begins. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yes. That's long.
But it's working.
Oh, it is.
It's working.
30-15. Trinidad and Tobago go up now. These two had a very close encounter, as we said yesterday, against Aruba, losing 6-4, 7-5. Very, very close, and we're seeing yet another close game here today, because they're leading 4-3 at the moment, hoping to maybe break and close out this first set.
That's
gonna be long.
You saw the use of the lob there, huh? That's almost paid dividends.
Yep.
Two guys like to get to the net. You put up that topspin lob, offensive lob.
Just didn't get it right was Perez, and it went just a little bit long.
Mike, first serve.
Left it again.
Yeah, no one was home. The lights were on when no one was home.
He should have. He may have thought it. Obviously, he thought it was going out, Larry.
Not even a step in the direction of the ball. I don't understand. And that's his one job,
yeah.
to cover his alley. Very unusual.
Yes, he went for it.
This
went
time,
for that lob.
This time it paid off.
What a return from Mohammed volley.
Yes, that first volley.
Oh yeah, it was excellent.
That was top notch. Well done.
Put it away with ease. Advantage for Trinidad and Tobago.
And all as a result of that crisp first ball he hit, nice and deep, and then he was in place to put away the second volley. Oh, we got some signals. Let's see what we come up with.
Oh, that's a good serve.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what signal you put.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. That's tough serve.
4-all now. So this game seesawing with one break for the Trinidad and Tobago team, and then Cuba broke back immediately.
Yeah. I think it's going to be tight all the way, Colin.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be tight. I think it's going to come down to certain variables.
Is he going 3 sets?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think we got 2.
2 sets, okay.
Yeah, I sense 2. I'm usually right. Sense 2.
I hear you.
2 tough sets, one way or the other.
I hear you. So it's going to be Perez. Oh, that's good. That's
tough.
excellent.
That's tough. Now, I want to talk about that. That's one of the tough shots in tennis is up the middle. You go up the middle, it's tough because each partner has to decide. Here we go. Look at it, right up the middle. Boom.
Right. Who's going for it, basically?
Yeah, who's?
Yeah. It's another top shot from Perez.
Yeah, he's nailing that forehand.
Yeah.
Giving you shoestring volleys off the shoestrings. Yeah.
It's well put away. It's a good service game, isn't it?
Yeah, that time Perez went to body on Nabil because he's been returning that backhand, his backhand well. That time he went body and it bore fruit.
Game for Cuba, 5-4 now. So it means that Trinidad and Tobago, Akil Duke, is going to serve for Trinidad and Tobago to stay in the first set.
Yes.
It's been tough all the way through. Yeah. It's been seesaw.
Yes.
But been a good game.
Yes, in general, the servers have held sway. When there's been a lapse, there have been breaks of serve. So, here we go. Yeah, that's you notice
for the final serve.
Notice where he ended up on that serve. He transferred his weight and he was almost halfway to the net with that serve. That's how much weight he transferred into the shot and got great acceleration.
So it's 5-4, and as I said, Duke has got to serve now for Trinidad and Tobago to stay in this tie. Remember, Cuba winning the 2 singles earlier today. So it means that the one chance Trinidad and Tobago have to at least get a game, because yesterday they lost the tie to Cuba by 3-0, and they would want to at least get onto that scoreboard and win a game here against the Cubans and maybe get it to 2-1, because we keep saying every point in the end is going to be very crucial. So the players just about getting back onto the court now. It's going to be Akil Duke to serve. Remember, he was broken last time. So the Cubans, with both teams, would have this in mind. Akil Duke would be saying to himself he's got a whole serve this time, and of course the Cubans will be saying, well, we've broke him once, we can do it again.
That's correct. So he's got to be careful because they're probably getting a rhythm, a read on his serve. You know, the second, third time around, these guys are that good. So you've got to vary things and mix things up.
Well, here is Duke.
He was going.
He went for it.
Yeah, and it was open. It was open. Now, if you notice, Perez, the returner's partner, was doing some gamesmanship by encroaching on the center service line, trying to influence, you know, maybe elicit a double fault from the team.
Wide again.
Yeah, but not too far off.
No, it wasn't. He went for it, but just over-exaggerating that cross-court shot, and went a little bit too wide. So 30 love for Duke. Two players again having a quick word, and you see the signal there from Mohammed behind his back.
There you go. One signal will be where to serve and whether or not he's crossing, he's poaching.
Oh, that was well.
That
was a real good pickup from Duke, I thought. And then the put away from Mohammed was excellent. But what a pickup from Duke, wasn't it?
My goodness, heck of a return. And he handled it with soft hands. There we go, nice pickup. See, that time Duke got down to eye level. He tried to get his eyes down to the ball. Had to bend his knees a bit more to get down, and he accomplished that.
40 love.
14-15.
Yes, Mohammed indicated he was just hit the net cord, and that's what tied him up.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to get it back over, but still, 40-15.
Unfortunate, but
that's part of the game, isn't it?
That's right. Let's close it out here.
It's 5-4, 40-15. Duke trying to get it to 5-all. And he succeeded. So game for Trinidad and Tobago. It's now 5-all in this doubles tie. Very competitive doubles tie at the moment. Real seesaw battle between these two.
Yes, just as I said, just as I expect.
Yes, you did say
all the way through.
Yeah.
Two tough sets, and we couldn't ask for anything else to end our day. That was a saber. Sudden attack by Roger. He was at the service line half volleying that return. And now Nabil has great hands, huh? Excellent hands, as you've noted, his volleys and his touch.
15 love. Make that 30 love, Zaniga.
Body serve.
Yeah.
Holland. Going right at the body. Good double strategy. Yeah. Quick serve. He knows Nabil is coming, so he's going to pick the pace up.
So 6, just 1 point away from making it 6-5, which means that when Mohammed turns to serve, he's got to serve for trying to be able to stay in the match.
In the set. That was out.
Game Cuba. Cuba leads 6 games.
Well, 6-5 now. So it means that Nabil Mohammed is going to serve to keep Trinidad and Tobago in this, the first set. If the Cubans were to break, they would take the first set by 7-5. But it's been that type of game. It's been toing and throwing, and both these teams are playing very well in terms of their volleying, in terms of their serving. It's been a really good doubles encounter.
Yes, I've been entertained, you know, because as a former player and a doubles player, I love the strategy, and I'm always thinking, what could our guys do? I think it's time to go. Who's serving? Nabil serving?
Yes.
Right. So at the body, I wasn't playing around. I was going straight at the body. Ask Akil to help me out, and so on. Just be careful with Zuniga going down the line, because he's worked a couple times.
Yes.
He's gone down the line with against Akil. Akil's got to be wary.
Well, the players just about going back to their respective courts or respective places on the court, and it's going to be Nabil Mohammed, and
important game here.
Yeah, very important game.
Go.
Can they take it into a tie break? Mohammed and Juke. And that's a good start.
Yeah, looked like a body serve too, Colin.
Yeah, certainly did. Yeah.
What a body serve does, it slows them down, because they got to, you know, wait to make sure it's not coming straight at them.
Yeah. This time going wide on the, going right down the tee.
Up the tee.
Yeah.
Forehand, mixing it up quite well.
I missed it.
One of the few he's missed. One of the few he's missed. It's all right.
What do you think caused that, Larry?
Wind?
The wind?
Yeah,
more than
yeah.
anything else?
It's not. It looks simple, but it's not. It's shifting.
Yeah.
And he's got to try to get the whole coordination chain together, and things went awry.
It is very windy at the moment. 40-15 now, so 1 point away from Mohammed and Duke taking the tie into a tie break. Or should I say taking the match into a tie break?
Right.
Right.
Here we go.
Now.
Here we go.
Tie break at 6-all between Cuba and Trinidad and Tobago in the doubles encounter. Perez and Zuniga against Duke and Mohammed.
And deservedly so, Colin. I think both teams deserve a chance to, you know, to tie things, to wind things down here with a tie break, get things worked out, resolved the first set.
So it is going to be Perez, is it?
Perez to serve.
Yeah, Perez, yes it is. And he's going to serve to Mohammed. You could see the intention from Mohammed, but just blasted it a little too wide.
No holding back, huh?
No.
He was going.
That's why I said he blasted it wide. He didn't play it wide or push it wide. He blasted it. But it was, the intention was clear. So 1-0, Cuba?
1-0. 1-0 would be a World Cup.
That would be a World Cup score?
Germany against who they play?
England.
Yes.
Okay, well we'll go with 1-0.
Oh, he went for the slider.
He missed it. Good volley on the part of Zuniga.
Yeah, he had the money ball. He got the money ball after making a great first volley. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Oh, here, ooh, yeah. Yeah. He just didn't finish it off.
So, Cuba, with that early mini break, 2-0. So 3-0 now. So Cuba in total control because taking both of Duke's serves and converting both of them.
Oh boy, pull it back, pull it back.
Yeah, it's getting away from us quickly here.
Yeah, the tiebreak is getting away from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
As the Cubans taking full charge of it now, 4-0. Remember, the tiebreak is the 1st to 7, but you've got to be too clear. That's well put away.
That's tremendous.
He attacked it.
That's tremendous. That's classic. Volley.
So they've been able to pull one mini break back, but still at 1-4, going to be go up against it.
But the coordination you need to pull off that, what he just did there, that's tremendous. World class.
Yes. He went for the lob.
He did. And Nabil covered.
Yep.
Nabil covered.
4-2 Cuba, and they changed sides.
Yeah, Nabil was covering. Nabil was covering, yes. Saw that. It's like, these guys are like computers. They have it recorded. You know, former patterns, what they did before. So he's been lobbed over a couple times. So he's, you know, he's now expecting that that Zuniga, for example, will try to put one up over Akil's head, and he was ready for that.
He certainly was ready for it. So 4-2, Cuba leading, and I think it's going to be Nabil has got. I think he's got his second serve to come.
Correct.
Which means that he can pull it back to 4-3. Or should I say 3-4? And if he does that, it means that they've just got to try and break the Cubans. And if they can certainly looking, this tiebreak now looking much better at 4-2 than when it was 4-0.
Yeah, it's much better.
It's too wide. Oh, he's double faulted. That could very well be the first set there now because it's 5-2. Just thought he needed to pull it back to 4-3 for them to stand a chance. Now it means that
this next point's crucial.
Yeah, if Zuniga can hold his two serves, it's all over. Well, 6-2 now. Put it away.
Yeah, that second ball was violent.
Yes.
Did well with the return, huh?
Yes, he did.
But then from there, A lot of pop.
So, set point here, as it's now 6-2 for the Cubans, Perez and Zuniga. Well, they're claiming it wasn't Zuniga to serve. Well,
well played.
Not sure I've seen that.
Well played.
Yeah.
The captain noticed.
Yeah.
Well played by Dunstan. Yeah. No, it happens. It happens invariably. Yeah, at all levels.
Well, first serve. I think that like, the serve is Zuniga now, or is that Perez? That's Perez.
That's
yeah.
Perez.
Yeah,
That's
it's
Perez.
yeah.
Perez's turn. And
Oh, that's good going from Mohammed.
yeah.
So they're still in there. It's 6-3 now.
So once they realized the mistake, they kept playing from they corrected the error and kept playing. You don't go back.
Right.
And you keep going forward. Yeah. And in the tie break, what you do is you call, say it's 6-2. You never would say it's like 2-6. It would be 6-2 and say who's ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never say, well, 2-6.
2-6 and that type of thing. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. You just call.
Umpire just calls whoever is ahead.
Right.
So he would be saying 6-3 now for Cuba.
Cuba. Correct.
But it's going to be Duke to serve. And Duke needing to hold both of his serves.
Correct.
To keep Trinidad and Tobago in this first set. 6-3 in the tiebreak.
They're going to do it, Colin. I feel positive. I have that feeling that we're going to pull this off.
Okay, Larry?
Yes.
I will wait and see, and I wouldn't commit myself. I'm not as brave as you are.
I have the feeling. It's a feeling I have.
Well, Larry, I think your feeling has just gone out the window because the first set has lost.
No, Colin, I understand. Sir. I just had lunch.
You just had lunch?
May have been gas.
Oh, it's me. I hear you, Larry. It probably was gas. I mean, okay.
It's definitely was gas.
Having said that, the Cubans, they've taken the first set at 7-6 here, and it means that they're trying to be able to now come back, win the second set, and then go on to the third set. But in the meantime, let's go across to Lu Chin. He is out on the outside courts, and he's got some information because I think all the games on the outside courts have been all completed.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Liu Chen back again with the outer court reports, if you will. We're just going to give you the final scores from all of the ties. On court 1, of course, we had Haiti versus Honduras. Honduras wrapping up a 3-love victory over the Haitians, winning their double 6-1, 6-love very convincingly. So they continue their good form. On court 2, similar story once again. The Nicaraguans, they also came up with a 3-love victory over the U.S. Virgin Islands. They were also dominant in their doubles with a 6-love, 6-2 victory over the Virgin Islands boys. Very dramatic scenes on court 3 between Antigua and Bermuda. The Bermudans came out on top. Unfortunately for the Antiguans, Kyle Joseph, one of their players, did come out injured, though they were trailing 6-2 and 5-3 in the second set. But due to the injury of Kyle Joseph, they did have to retire, and well, they came out below by default. So we do wish Kyle all the best. Hopefully he'll be back for more action during the week. But that is it out here for the outer court reports. It has been Liu Chin, and I'll send it over to Colin on center court.
Okay, thank you very much, Lewis. So all the games out on the outside courts. Kyle, you've replaced Larry here in the commentary position. All the games on the outside courts have been finished, but we are lucky. We continue to see tennis here, and actually it's been good tennis. The first set was good. It could have gone either way. Now the bad news is, let me tell you the bad news, besides Larry having gas, let me also give you the bad news. he said that this doubles game will end in 2 sets. So it means that Cuba, based on his feeling, is that Cuba is going to win both sets, and that will be that. Are you agreeing with him at this point in time?
I can't agree with someone with gas. Unfortunately, I can't.
Okay, Kyle, I hear you. But we're just about getting ready for the start of the second set. Nabil Mohammed, the man serving. That's going to be long.
Started off well. I must admit, it was a high-quality first set. I was impressed in terms of the quality of tennis, and especially Nabil's volleying in that first set was on point. His hands are working, it's on point, so it's about just closing and capitalizing on those crucial moments.
Well, we've seen the Cubans go down that alley. They've beaten Duke, I think, once or twice going down the alley. He was ready for that one and just got enough of the racket onto it to win the point.
With a bit of luck, I would say. Yes,
he did.
30 love. And he has been serving well. Nabil has been able to put the ball where he needs to, and that's what it is about with doubles. It's not so much about the big power serves, but it's about placement. That's the most important thing in this art in terms of doubles play. Excellent start again, and held serve comfortably. And I think, again, I don't want to refer to Larry too much because he's not feeling well, right? But at the end of the day, with that type of start, if that is maintained, I think we'll be in for a free setter this afternoon.
Well, it's going to be interesting because he's been serving well, Mohammed. He's not dropped his serve. He's really, as you rightly put, his volleying has been good. To me, he's been the outstanding player. And I'm not taking anything away from Akil Duke. Don't misunderstand me. But Mohammed has been, to me, he's been the real star of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Akil Duke has done his part. He's done what he has to do. But I think Mohammed is taking the attack to the Cubans. He's volleying good. He's serving well. And, if he continues playing like that with the support of Duke, you're probably right. It can very well go into a third set.
Remember I said on day one yesterday when we were looking through the VIP, I said that's our star boy.
Yes.
He's flashy. He's nice to look at, while on court.
Well, it's going to be the Cubans.
Starion serving here now.
Starion
Zoniga on serve. Has served well as well in the first set.
Yeah. Perez was the man that was broken in that first set.
Double fault.
As soon as you say serving well, these things happen.
But with doubles, something that we need to take into consideration is about chemistry. It's the art of those two players being able to work together. It's so important. Understanding when one moves to net or one moves away, what the other one would do. And that comes with years of playing together and understanding each other. Here they are.
Perez came across and was not able to put it away.
So Senegal is now 15-30.
Yeah, they've a little opening for Trinidad and Tobago to maybe break here.
And the loose here, trying to go to attack the serve to surprise the net person, but just miscuing a bit and going long.
Yep.
So if it's one thing Akil Duke has in strength, it's that of a big forehand. He can surprise that net person.
He's got to control it. Good point for the Cubans. 40-30 now. So trying to level it here would be Zuniga. Looking to get his serve in. Maybe taking Duke a little bit wide, but he's got a good forehand. He's a lefty. If you're going wide, he's going to look to get it onto that forehand. Double fault again.
Yeah, so we have the break here now. The opportunity to go on deuce here to create another break opportunity. But a lot of persons at home probably looking at the method that they are using, which is Trinidad is actually have two persons back at this point in time, and within recent time is modern doubles. It's modern.
Yeah.
It gives the persons a little more time to come to net, to read the play, etc., as opposed to staying.
Oh, yet another double fault. But this has been a really bad service game from Zuniga, and it means that the Tobago team now have a break point. It's been really and truly, it has not been a good service game from him. He's lucky if he survives it.
And there we go. And that's the break. That's the well-deserved break. TTO up 2-0.
Going 2-0 up. And I was saying, Kyle, that Zuniga would have been lucky to survive that. He really made a couple double faults and can't afford to do that at this level, can you?
Not at this time. Also, with the TTO team playing so well, chemistry working, you're not going to give them that opportunity to take control.
Well, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It's long. The last time Tobago broke, the Cubans broke right back.
Are you feeling, do you have gas as well?
No, I don't have anything. The thing is, when I give you facts, you look to tell me all sorts of different things.
I'm not giving you facts. I'm not sure. Larry just left here, so I don't know if something circulated.
That's long.
Yeah. Good approach. As I said, the methodology and the tactic being employed by TTO is that of starting from the baseline and moving in together. Again, you see both of them back at net. Just Akil being wrong-footed and not in a place of balance to execute that volley.
So 15-all.
And you'll see the Cubans adopting the same style at this point in time. They're playing from back to give themselves a little more time to actually come to net.
They're trailing at the moment.
He's not going to miss those things. Nabil is too sharp at net today. He has been A+ at that net. Any opportunity at that net to close, he will close.
Oh yes, he's been absolutely brilliant at net.
Again, look at the serve. And he's there, up there, waiting.
Put it away comfortably, didn't he? Made no mistake. Of course, he was all over it, as you said.
And the lefty, there goes again the lefty, out wide to go. Pull that opponent off. We saw it earlier on with Kodoga. That go-to serve, the natural ability to pull that person. Look, the lefty here again, pulling that person out wide. No response.
So 40-15. Just too long. Just the 1 point to go 3-0 up. And what a huge advantage that would be if Tobago can go 3-0 up. Oh, So game for Trinidad and Tobago.
And that was
hit too long. Trinidad and Tobago now lead by 3-0 in this the second set, and this seems to be going the way of Trinidad and Tobago.
So I said, you stated the facts previously,
yes,
and that has been erased.
Well, that has been, well, for the moment.
For the moment. All right, we were talking about immediate
last time.
Yes,
right.
But at this point in time, I have some sort of feeling that this thing was contagious with Larry.
You leave Larry.
Rest assured.
Larry's come off here now. He's going to have a look at the game. If you can please leave Larry alone for the rest of the afternoon.
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted. So it's now 3-0.
Yeah, let's go back to 3-0. How can Cuba get back into this game?
Well, Cuba has to pull something out, right? They need to change that tactic. But a team like TTO, with the chemistry that's being displayed right now between Akil Duke and Nabil Mohammed, that momentum and confidence would be high.
But what can Cuba do differently? How can Cuba break that momentum?
So basically, they will have to change their tactic in terms of a chip and charge tactic, start coming to net as well, to try to reach to the net before Team TTO to take control of that net game. Right? But
you know, I get the impression though, Zuniga and Perez, even though they're quite capable at the net, they don't seem to relish going. The Trinidad pair, they love going to net, it appears to me, but the Cubans, they're a little bit more apprehensive and only go to net when they're sure. In other words,
well, the reality with a lefty like Nabil, with a lefty like Akil and Nabil hitting the ball so hard as well, you're not going to take the chance to just run to net just like that.
Yes, well, it's going to be Perez. It's trying to be lead by 3-0. I was corrected with Larry with that. I said 3-0. That's Germany-England score.
If I can take a replay on that last serve, to me it looked a little long. Umpire saying the umpire saying was good, but it seemed to be a little long. We could have a look at that later on.
Good love.
Good serve again.
Two pretty good serves from Perez.
This is exactly the type of service game their coach, their captain would have expected from them to come out at love 3 to come out serving as though they are in fact 3 love up, you know, a dominant and aggressive game.
Oh yeah,
a very strong,
excellent service game. One of the better ones we've seen because he's held it at love. So they're now on the board in the second set, Cuba, and 3-1, but still advantage Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, now Nabil is back on serve, so and he has been serving well. As you mentioned, he has not dropped a serve. So at the end of the day, his confidence will be high. His ability to move the ball, put the ball, place the ball where he wants has always been his go-to.
So Mohammed and Duke just asking if it was long, if it was wide, what was the problem? Problem is, it's out.
Yep.
It's just as this return from Zuniga is out. So it's now 15 love for the
Team TTO.
Yeah. Having lost the first set by 7-6, they would want to continue playing well here and hope that they can carry on and win this second set and prove that Larry Yearwood is wrong and that this game can go to 3 sets.
So I was asked to stop calling Larry.
No, I was just... Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh, unfortunate.
Unlucky. But point for Cuba. Brings it to what, 15 all?
Unlucky there. If you watch it, just unlucky. He was in position. Nabil was there. Had it not been for that net, that reflection, he would have been in control of that volley.
15 all. Make that 15, 30-15.
30-15 in favor of TTO.
Yes, and Mohammed looking to hold his serve. If he can hold his serve and Duke can hold his serve, then they should be well on their way to winning this second set. That's a good shot. Has it been called out? No, that's a good shot. Went in. Makes it 30 all now. Don't think the volley from Duke was as good as he would have liked. He would have wanted to put it away. He just didn't get it right, didn't he?
Did not get that actual execution that he was required at that point in time.
Out. 40-30.
1 point away from going 4-3 up. Sorry, going 4-1 up. It's 3-1, so it'll be 4-1 if Mohammed can win this point on his next serve. That was a tough volley.
One of the very few errors he would have made on the volley.
But I thought it was tough. It was coming back with some pace, and it was just below waist height. But have done well to get it back into the opponent's court.
So we are deuce now.
Back to deuce, or we are deuce. Sorry, you're right. Oh, that's another very good shot. Tough volley, that one down, almost down below the knee, almost by the ankle.
I'm sure that's the discussion between Cubans. Let's get that return low, having them below the waistline, forcing them to make good volleys.
Second serve coming up from Mohammed.
Advantage to the Cubans. What I liked about that is that notwithstanding the last two net points Nabil would have missed, but he still insisted to come to the net, and that's commendable. A lot of players from a psychological perspective would decide at that point in time I would stay back.
But it just goes to show you, Kyle, his mindset. He's a very positive individual, and he knows he's been volleying good all afternoon.
Go now. Go, come on. Head up, head up. Go.
Gone back to advantage, Cuba.
Double fault there from Nabil.
Double fault at that time, Kyle.
Such a crucial point. So given the advantage back to the Cubans at this time, yeah, you would try that, take the opportunity at this point in time to level scores again, to bring it back at deuce.
Well, Cuba.
His volleying. Kudos again to Nabil. He has been volleying on point today.
Absolutely brilliant, his volleying, isn't it?
And that's something that actually has the Cubans tentative in terms of should they go. They know that he hardly misses, so they need to go for something a little extra and sometimes pushing the ball out or mistiming.
Well, Duke did enough to win the point. But again, it wasn't a great volley from him. But he wins the point, and it's advantage Trinidad and Tobago.
This time he puts it away. Very good second serve. Kicking out wide to the backhand of Perez and allowing Akil just to close.
4-1 now. So
again, look, if you replay, Akil just taking textbook tennis. Again, Team TTO now going up 4-1 in the second set and seems to be at this point in time in the driver's seat.
yes, it's 4-1 at this point in time, and it's a situation where we're just having a look at
the last point
in which Akil Duke put it away nicely.
Here we are seeing on screen Captain Denoon. They're having a word with Nabil and Akil, getting them in that mindset, going over a game plan, some strategy or tactic that you will want them to employ to ensure that they keep the pressure on this team.
So it's going to be, is it Zuniga? It's going to serve to, or is it going to be, yes, it is going to be Zuniga. I think Duke was trying to serve, tried to steal one there. And I think Mohammed said, no, you better give it to Cuba, because it is going to be Darion Zuniga.
He didn't have such a good service game his last service game.
Oh, that was not a tremendous volley. Dong and his shoestring, basically, just getting it back over.
Exactly, we should have a look at that now in terms of Nabil's ability to return, and his net play is on point today.
It's a little bit long. A little bit. It was a tough volley. Again, very low. And Duke couldn't control it.
I could only imagine that would have been the instruction from the Cuban captain. Get those balls low, 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 low. Get those TTO players bending, playing between the knees and the ankle. That's a very good serve. It's now 30-15.
It's an ace by Zuniga.
$40-15.
40-15. So Cubans not going away, are they? They're staying in it, hoping maybe just to get that break of serve to bring them back level. But they're holding their serve now because they don't want to go 5-1 down.
Yep.
40-30 as Zuniga just struggling a little bit to hold his serve.
What we are seeing is that his strategy in terms of serves is more into the body, trying to reduce the amount of space from both Akil and Nabil.
So game for Cuba now goes 4-2, and very important now for Duke to hold his serve, because if he can hold his serve, it means that Trinidad will go 5-2 up. So very important game here. Either way, Kyle, if Duke can hold, they go 5-2 up. If the Cubans can break, they will then reduce it to 4-3, and they will have then to serve to try and make it 4-all. So this is such a crucial game.
Very, very important game from a mental perspective, from a strategic perspective. Yes, this is the game that you will want to hold to go up 5-2. Also, if you are broken in this game, it can actually do something for the psyche.
That's right.
On either side. So it's an important game in this second set.
Remember, Duke was the man broken in the first set. But that's a good start.
Yep. With Nabil volleying the way he has been volleying in this entire match, all Akil needs to do is follow the instruction of Nabil, put the ball where Nabil wants it at this point in time, and he shall cover the net.
They love. So far, so good for Duke.
Especially on the hard side, as I mentioned previously, that go-to serve for the left-hander, pulling that person out wide.
Yeah.
Once he's in trouble, that's the go-to serve. Good point there. Good pick up at the beginning there from Akil. Just the last one, he expected it not to come back. But again, good, excellent pick up here in the replay. Not as comfortable as he would have liked to be with that backhand volley.
Just sat up there for Perez, and he's now made it 30-all.
Remember I mentioned earlier on, I'm seeing now the Cubans come into net, trying to get to net before Team TTO, and with that last attempt, they were able to dominate, getting to the net before Team TTO.
Well, 30-all, 4-2. You would think the Cubans would want to break here to get it to 5-2, or to get it to 4-3. Sorry, if the Cubans were to break. Oh, he gets in. Oh, was lucky that the first volley got in.
Miss hit.
I couldn't get. Yeah, it was a miss hit. But now, break point here for Cuba at 40-30 or 30-40. Break point for Cuba.
What will be required now of Akil is that infamous out wide lefty to Perez backhand.
Oh, he's giving it away. Double fold.
Double fold to end.
4-3 now. And back on serve.
So that would be good news for the Cubans. They would be excited. They will be elated. Their captain will be happy. They would have gone and execute in terms of trying to get to net as fast as they can. And just that closing moment for Team TTO to execute, they just could not convert.
It's bad news for them. And it means that they will have to hold and put... Mohammed has been serving well, so that if Cuba hold at 4-all, then it's Mohammed's turn to serve, and they will be obviously looking to put some pressure on Mohammed and try to break him. But at 4-3 now, the advantage for TNT has gone.
Well, I would not say gone completely. What I would expect the strategy now coming from Captain Dunston will be to play that aggressive returner game, because at this point in time, getting low volleys, getting those volleys low so they can capitalize and get to the net as fast as possible and dominate at the net.
Yeah, it's going to be really an interesting period now, because does Trinidad and Tobago change any of the tactics? Then the Cubans, they're back into this set now at 4-3. How will they approach it now going forward? Are they going to sit back again? Are they going to get closer to net? It's going to be interesting, the tactics both team uses.
As I said before, tactic there, coming to net as fast. Yeah, they need to get aggressive returns, good returns deep, and come to net. Get to the net before the Cubans and dominate that net.
Well, they certainly did on that occasion. So they've started well. 15-love. Well, that's 15-all. That's a good serve. So you can't fault Duke for that. It was a good serve. And Duke was trying his best to get it in. That's long. That's long.
Just long. Just long. Excellent returning again from Nabil. He's returning superb this entire match.
Oh, what a good volley it was back from Perez. Johan Perez at 30-15, serving to get it to 4-all. Well, that has to be put away. Not a good shot from Duke.
What I've observed from the Cubans from the last service game as well is to take, the instruction might have been take the space away from Team TTO, serve more body. And that's exactly what they are doing. If you look at that last serve into the body of Nabil, so it reduces the ability from him to actually execute or create any sort of speed on the return of serve.
Well, from 4-1 up, it's now 4-all. And Cuba right back into this second set now. And they will be thinking to win it. They'll be thinking if they can break Mohammed and Zuniga can hold, they can win the second set at 6-4. But Trinidad and Tobago will have other ideas.
With Nabil Mohammed on serve, he has been serving well. Let's see.
Well put away.
Good communication, you would have heard. Left, leave, that's mine. Very important in doubles to have that type of communication.
Yeah.
Going here, there was some conflict. Who's mine? First one, it's back up. Mine, yours, mine, leave. And here he takes control.
Oh, that's well put away by Duke.
Perfect.
Need to control that net. Take time away from the opponent. Especially with them utilizing that tactic of staying back on the first serve.
30-love. Duke and Mohammed in control of this, the third set.
Very good.
That's it. Trying to get it here to that third set. That's what they're trying to do, Duke and Mohammed. They can go 5-4 up, which means that the Cubans will be serving to stay in the match.
Has been a good service game thus far. Very good service game to hold.
But you've said Mohammed all along has been serving very well, and there again he's proven it.
I'm sure he would have executed, the captain would be happy at this point in time, he would have executed exactly what the doctor ordered.
So it's now 5-4 in favor of Trinidad and Tobago, and Cuba will be serving to stay into this game. And who knows, we may very well be heading for another tie break. Kyle?
There's a possibility.
And there is the shot here over the stadium court. Lovely pictures.
State-of-the-art facility. As I mentioned, the only facility like this in the entire region, both English and Spanish speaking.
It's been, remember in the old days when you had Davis Cup, you'd go to the Jean Pierre Complex and down to Country Club, I believe, and I think Larry would remember that when he played Davis Cup. I think he went to the Jean Pierre Complex and areas like that. Seen the tennis court. I don't know what has happened to the tennis court at the Jean Pierre. Not sure if it's being used just as a car park now or what's gone with it. But that was the area where you played Davis Cup. But here, the Davis Cup is being played at this National Racket Sports Center in Tacarigua. It's a good serve. Really good serve. Zuniga
starting off serving well.
Once they're taking the ball on the right, go for the bounce. Sometimes they're making it with the second one. So just watch out they're taking it on the right.
Here you're seeing Captain Dunston telling the umpire that some of the calls that he's making, he needs to be a little careful and be a little more observant.
Who's running this here? Oh, they're going to replay the point, are they? Well, again, Duke is claiming that that ball was wide. Umpire would have none of it, and he's giving the point to Cuba. So it's now 30-love. So far, Zuniga doing a good job to keep his country in this tie.
Double fault. Trying to go for that body serve to put that ball at the exact spot, just resulting in the fault.
30-15. That's 1 point away to take it to 5-all.
Especially he's struggling a bit on the due side to Nabil. Nabil is such a great returner.
Trying to get it
you need to get it so perfect against Nabil because he's returning that well. Precision is what he's actually going after.
too long. So 5-all.
5-all with Akil on serve. It would be their hope that they will hold comfortably once again with Akil, giving them the opportunity to go up at 6-5, then to try and break serve to close this set off at 7-5. But at this point in time, it's 5-all. Akil Duke on serve.
That's long.
Good start. Good start. Nice. So, again, a good serve from Duke. Following up with some good net play.
It was another good net volley, wasn't it?
Was. Now puts TTO 30 love up.
Duke doing well so far in this service game. Holding his nerve.
Yep.
Because he knows how important this game is. That's unlucky.
Was there you seeing Nabil telling him sorry because he could have gone poaching to take that ball away. (30-15).
That's long.
Just pick up now.
30-all. Crucial point. The next one coming up. If Duke doesn't hold here, if he loses the next point, the Cubans will have a break point opportunity.
We saw Nabil going back to talk to him just to utter some words of confidence and that type of reassurance that we can do this.
Break point now. I thought Mohammed did well. They were a lovely rally there.
Again,
wonderful rally.
Coming in, Nabil, hands good. Duke would have done a good reflex volley there, but the follow-up, just taking time, not getting out of the way in time.
Break point here for Cuba.
Not when the ball is on the racket of Nabil Mohammed at this point in time.
Put that away well. Brings it back to Juice.
There we see Nabil talking to him again, letting him know, hey, this is what I want. Put it there for me. I will control. I will control. That's a good point. Good point again. I know Mohammed would have wanted to do a little bit much, a little more with that first volley. Nonetheless, with the first volley there, did not get the full racket on. But because of the chemistry between both of them, Duke was able to capitalize and finish the point confidently.
So advantage, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, well done. Again,
On the brink there of a break point, they've been able to hold and get it to 6-5 now. So it means that the Cubans, they're serving to stay into this match. If they lose the serve, if the Trinidad and Tobago team can break serve, it goes to a third set.
I think at this point in time, if you look at the last play, again, excellent. Anything on the racket of Nabil Mohammed at this point in time is almost good as gold.
Yes, they put it away.
TTO, Team TTO, with the ability here now to break and take the second set, forcing a third set. And we also have the next side that we could look at it to say if they hold serve, if the Cubans hold serve, we can force another tie break.
Well, so it means that if they can, the Trinidad and Tobago team can break here and just maybe win it at 7-5, but
this game, it all boils down to who can execute the game plan in this particular game. That's it. I'm sure the Cubans would have a game plan, and I'm sure they would have been given a game plan from their captain, Team TTO. Who can execute could come out.
Well, here we go. Perez, the man serving.
Excellent start. Good serve. Good serve. Excellent. Even a better return.
So the first point goes to Trinidad and Tobago. So 15-love. Advantage Trinidad and Tobago.
Based on that return, in tennis we talk about he's been in the zone. He's in the zone. It looks as though he's in the zone for a while now.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's 15-all. So Duke not able to control his return of serve. Had it long. And Cuba. That was such a crucial point. Could have gone love 30 up. What a good return of serve again, isn't it?
He's in the zone.
On fire.
He's in the zone. He's in the zone. Good deep returns, forcing Perez to actually make that extra shot. So it's now 15-30. Had a window here.
Yep.
Some tension on the racket of Perez at this point in time.
That's certainly a window here, a window of opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago. Will they attack for the second serve, Kyle?
I will not be surprised. Once it sits up there for Akil, he may in fact go at the net person.
They've got it. So they've got 2 break points here now at 6-5 to try and close out the second set.
Again, good serve. Akil just chipping with great accuracy and forcing the Cuban moving a little too late to cover the net.
The spectators really into this game now.
Team TTO posse, as we say.
Yep. 15-40 break point here, or double break point for Trinidad and Tobago
to close off the second set.
That's long. That's going to be long.
And they have done it. They have done it. So it meant that they have closed off the second set 7-5. 7-5.
So we're going to a third set.
We're going to the third set. Contrary to Larry Harewood.
Well, yeah, don't, please.
No. Again, good set.
The intention was clear, but he just put a little too much on it. But good net play by both the sets of players. But in the end, Trinidad and Tobago have bounced back nicely here to break at the very crucial stage and take it to 7-5 in the second set. So we go to our third set.
They have been playing. They played a very good second set, especially Nabil Mohammed. So at the end of the day, we have now gone into the third set. Very crucial. We see the captains are speaking to the respective teams at this point in time, executing, asking them, what is the game plan? Sharing the game plan for this particular third set.
Well, I'm going to, the man who said we're only going to go 2 sets, he's got to come back and do some work, Kyle. Because
did he get rid of that gas?
He was hoping that, not as yet. He was hoping that he was right with his prediction of only 2 sets. So I told him he's got to get up, come and do some work, at least for part of this third set, and then you will be back on. So Larry is making his way slowly but surely. You know, he takes his time when he's moving. But importantly, we've got a third set coming up here. And who would have thought that? Because Cuba at one time was totally in control of things. And they seem to be heading for a victory. But at 4-1, one would have thought that Trinidad and Tobago should have gone on to win it. They made life hard for themselves, Larry, as I welcome you back. They made life hard for themselves at 4-1, but eventually they did what one expected them to do at 4-1, and they had to wait until the end to break Perez's service to win it 7-5, but they've been playing well. I think Nabil Mohammed, and this is no disrespect at all to Akil Juke, because he's done his part, but Nabil Mohammed has been absolutely brilliant, I think. His volley, and there again, the volley from Mohammed first, and then he set it up for Akil Juke to just put it away.
Yes, that was a world-class volley from Nabil. That was a really tough return from Perez, and we need, or Zuniga, sorry. But I'm looking forward to this action. I really wanted 3 sets.
You did?
Hoping, yes.
But you never said that, Larry.
I was hoping, no, I sort of a reverse psychology kind of thing. Yeah, it works every time. Yeah.
You should be a doctor, you know.
And doctor or something, yeah.
That's a little too much. One of the few errors from Nabil Mohammed, just doing a little bit. You could see him just trying to work it into the corner, put a little too much onto it, and it went out. It's going to 15 all. His serving also, Mohammed, has been very good.
Yes, he's carried the team. You know, I mean, there's no shame in saying it's the truth. He's carried the team. He just needs to make sure that he uses his legs for these volleys and continues to concentrate.
Again, just pushing it. You could see the disappointment in his face. He knew he put a little too much into that. And all of a sudden, a little bit of an opening in the first game for the Cubans.
Yeah, a couple of unforced errors, and the Cubans have a glimpse.
Yeah, at 15-30. Looking to take that serve wide. Didn't get it right.
That's tough serve. That's tough serve. Yeah, Zuniga's trying to be aggressive with that kicker, but that's a difficult serve to handle and bring back cross court.
So back to 30 all.
Yeah. Doubles of a high level.
Yeah, it is.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
I think the games on the center court here today have been all good quality games.
Yes. Yes.
And the Cubans have certainly played their part.
Could you please close the door? Thank you.
little distraction. But it's been rectified, and here we go.
That's a good point from Duke. We talk about the support from Akil Duke. He showed it there.
Yes.
Couple good volleys.
Yeah, I think as the weather gets a little bit calmer, the wind calms down, he's going to have find an easier time hitting those quick reflex volleys.
And Larry, finally the sun has left us.
Oh.
It's been a really hot, humid day.
Yeah, the temperature has...
good tennis, though.
Excellent tennis, Colin. I'm just happy to be here.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah, with the cover.
So from 15-30 up, 15-30 down, the Tobago team, they've held serve here to take the lead very early in this third set.
Yes. Here we have the replay. Great volley by Neil. With the cover by Akil, covering no way through on that occasion for the Cubans.
So the Cubans, having won the first set in a tie break, the Tobago pair of Duke and Mohammed won the second set at 7-5, and they've taken the first game in the third set. Putting the Cubans under a little bit of pressure now, Larry. They must be thinking that they're really in a tennis match here.
Yeah, they're in a dogfight, and with each hold for the TTO team, they put that much more pressure on the Cubans, because I'm sure the Cubans would think they were favored, based on the results of the earlier matches today. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be Darian Zuniga.
Yeah. So I've been watching closely these three sets, and as time has gone on, Zuniga is having a tough time serving to Nabil. I'm going to tell you, because he's influencing. Nabil is causing him to think about his serving by attacking and being in that close to return.
Another excellent volley. It's almost a recording with Mohammed. You keep thinking that he's got to miss one. Look at it here.
Well, first of all, great return by Akil, and then the volley by Nabil. They're going to have to use the lob, the Cubans. They're going to have to employ the lob.
Yes, didn't get that return back properly.
This time.
Perez made him pay.
Missed time. He mistimed that return. It was a little slower than he thought it was going to be.
So 15-30 now. So that was a very important point for the Cubans to win.
Kick serve to the body. Akil couldn't get out of the way of that serve, so weak return punished by Perez.
Zuniga, the man who was broken in the last game to make it 7-5 for Trinidad and Tobago. So he would... confidence might be slightly low in terms of his serving, but at 30 all.
Yeah. So you see, Perez is starting to cross, starting to poach. Yeah, and once Zuniga hits a good serve up the middle, here we go. Yeah, there's the poach, the cross. They call it a poach when they cross, when the netman crosses. And that's what they're utilizing now. He's much more active than before.
40-30.
That's a tough return.
Top return, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's back to, so it's juice now. So Trinidad and Tobago putting some pressure on Zuniga's serve.
I don't know if the Cubans are aware, but Akil has a ferocious forehand. And on a second serve to the forehand, they're asking for serious trouble. They paid the price that time.
Juice. That's out.
Another tough serve from Zuniga. Yeah, he's starting to go right up the middle at Nabil. He's not going left or right. He's going right at him. And this Nabil is having difficulty getting out of the way of that shot, popping it up and leaving the rest to Perez to do the damage.
Advantage to the Cubans, Perez and Zuniga. So 1-1 now. So Zuniga holding his serve had some problems because they at 15-30 he had to ensure that he got it right. And I think, Larry, you were making the point that in particularly to Nabil, he was going straight down the middle.
Yeah, right at the body serve.
Right at the body.
Yes, we all tied up. Look at that. One set apiece, one all.
1-1.
What else do we want? Ooh. Yeah.
And Akil Duke is the man that's going to serve now. And remember, way back in the first set, he was broken, but the Trinidad and Tobago team broke right back. Held his own well, though, in the second set.
Yes, he did.
No, that's unlucky. You can see Nabil Mohammed just shaking his head as if to say, well, there's not much you can do about that one. That ball hits the net court and just the net court and just run off like that.
That's correct.
And worse than that, it just goes to the back of the court and drops in. That's hurtful.
Yes, very painful indeed.
15 love. So a good start from the Cubans for this, the third game of the final set. Good volley from Duke.
Excellent backhand volley. Had to get right, get down in there. He pulled it off.
Yep, he pulled it off. He's been getting better, hasn't he?
Yes.
Duke, the longer the game has gone on, the better he's getting.
More and more solid.
Yeah.
A great support for Nabil.
His volume has improved 100%. The Vuvuzuela man has moved
closer.
He's got closer to us. I don't know why.
I think he's in my right ear, is what I think. He's in my brain.
Well, he's giving real encouragement, though, to the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Oh, yeah.
Every point you hear him. Every point won by Trinidad and Tobago. Hope he's got energy. That's That was a tough volley at first from Mohammed, and he got it in, but couldn't control it. And so the Cubans put it away the second time.
Yes.
So they all.
Yes. Perez likes to go down the line. I've noticed that. That's one of his favorite plays.
Yes, that was tough. So break point here now for the Cubans.
Yeah.
And if they can break here, they will go 2-1 up in the third set.
It was a tough return because that kicker took Zuniga off the court, and he was still able to make a tremendous return. So here we go. Break point.
So the Cubans breaking here now. It's 2-1 Cuba. So they're up with that early break in the third set. And
Yes.
pressure now for this Trinidad and Tobago team to get back into it, but they're capable. There's no doubt about it.
But if you notice that on break point, Perez went right up the middle. Just like I said when I was here last, that return up the middle is a tough ball. Whose is it? Should I go? Should I not? And when it's low and up the middle, good things usually happen for the returning team. So here we are, down a break, but I'm sure our guys will fight back.
But there's nothing different they can do, Larry. I think they just got to continue playing the same way because they've been good. And, it's have the Cubans raised their level, you think?
No, it's been pretty even. It's just that I think our guys need to stick to their basics, making the good first serves. Remember in the beginning, especially on that first serve wide that was hit on the deuce side, I said, when you give them that wide serve, they're going to have an angle. Yeah, and he didn't go up the middle, he didn't go up the tee, he went wide with a kicker from a left-hander on the deuce court. So that gave Zuniga an angle. These little basic things, we got to stick to the basics, the tried and true methods, stick to what the data says works, and we can find our way back because our guys are very talented.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. And Duke has discarded his hat now.
Ooh, yeah, serious.
He's getting serious.
That's right.
As it's going to be, is it Perez? Is the man going to serve? So Cuba, early advantage to them in this third set. They've gone 2-1 up.
Yeah.
The early point going to Trinidad and Tobago.
They escaped that time. I was going back up the middle. I was going up, with that last forehand, I was going right, trying to bisect them.
That's too long. 15 all. Perez serving for Cuba.
Yeah, one of the basics would be minimizing unforced errors, keeping it tight at this time, keeping the pressure on the Cubans.
That's a good serve. So getting wide to Mohammed. So it's 30-15 now. Perez would be feeling a little bit more comfortable having lost the first point in this service game. He's won the next two and he's up 30-15. Called wide. First serve. That's going to be too long.
Good return.
Yep,
Excellent return. Yeah, he's got to put something more on that second serve. He can't just be trying to spin that thing in. Akil's not going to have anything to do with that. He's not going to let him get away with that.
So it's 30 all. Oh, you think he's got to get in that first serve, maybe
Crucial.
getting it wide.
Crucial. I'm going body. Let's see. Ooh, I was right.
Yeah.
Missed it.
Rushed it, didn't he?
Yeah. He kept it tight. He went inside. He wasn't giving Nabil any room to hit that ball. Good intelligent serving.
40-30. 1 point away from making it 3-1. Perez. It's 3-1 now, Cuba.
Yeah, so
roll at the moment.
They've consolidated the break.
Yep, they have.
Yeah, consolidated the break. They're up 3-1, and now it's up to our guys to play 1 point at a time, one game at a time. Here we go. Here's the replay. Not a bad return. Floating deep, but again, the legs of Akil failing him in that instance.
So it's back to Mohammed. He's been serving well all afternoon and starts there with a very good serve and makes it 15 love.
First serves are premium at this time. Got to make your first serves.
There again, first serve, Larry.
Yeah. And Akil looks like he's done that before at some point in his career. Those little dink volleys put away, acute angled. Yeah. So we're a long way from done, Colin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I feel there's another twist and turn to this little set right here. They're not going to just let it go home just like that.
Well, it's going to be the figure of Nabil Mohammed in total concentration.
He let that go. He thought it was going out. It was going wide.
Yes, he did applaud it actually. In the end, it turned out to be a good shot.
Yeah, but if you notice, he only got about halfway into no man's land on his way to the net.
Yes, he did.
That's how quickly the serve was fast.
It's going to be long.
Yeah. So that time he went to the kicker. And that gives him more time to get to the net because the kicker is slower. So he gives him more time to get in.
So 40-15. Mohammed just one away. And getting it to 3-2, which he does. Another good first serve coming in there. Now 3-2 for Cuba.
Trinidad and Tobago keeping Cuba in their sights. Yeah. Still a lot to play for.
Scoreboard at the moment just has 2-all. They need to change that 2 to 3, and they've now done it. So Cuba, they're just in front at this point in time, but the pressure will be on Cuba, the servers, Larry, because they know they've got to hold serve, and that could be very much a mental thing.
Yeah. So you're talking about Cuba serving. So as a returner, I am not giving them any freebies. I am getting that ball back in play, and they have to hit the winner. I'm not going to be missing my returns. And that's why I still insist that at some point, Team TTO has to employ the lob off of the return. It's not in their DNA, I guess. But at some point, you got to think, man, I got to put a lob up over that netman's head and give them a different look, I would think.
Yeah, it's we'll wait and see just what Mohammed and Duke will do, because they are behind. They have a breakdown in serve, and it means that they've got to pull this back somehow. Got to break, and it's going to be Zuniga in serving.
Yeah.
And they've got to put him under some pressure.
Yeah, it's game 6 and 7 are crucial, so look out.
That's good. That's well put away by Perez.
Yeah. Now the key there, Colin, was that Zuniga kept that ball down. Nabil came forward on the return, but Zuniga gave him another low ball, which Nabil popped up for Perez to put away. I think Zuniga was expecting something faster on the return. That return, he kind of took its time
Screwed
getting
up on him.
That's right. He had to wait.
15 all. A good volley from
Perez.
Perez.
Yeah.
Kept it low.
That was a Yorker.
Yeah, Duke couldn't do very much with it, could he?
He received a Yorker there, Colin.
Sometimes Yorkers are unplayable, and that was unplayable.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
Shot down the line. Caught Perez, didn't caught Perez going to the left, really.
Yeah, but Colin, I keep telling you, they're playing with fire. They keep serving to Akil's forehand. Yeah, that thing
mentioned that,
is ferocious. Wherever he chooses to hit it.
And he's hitting with a lot of power, isn't he, as well?
Flat.
Oh, that's good. Great point now for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, we talk about the pressure they'll be putting on the servers for Cuba. Aniga under some real pressure now at 30-40. Trinidad and Tobago looking to break back here. That's long. Just missed it. Went for it with that forehand, as you said.
Yeah, but he didn't have room. It was inside. It was inside. It jammed him.
Yes, it did. Got it just long. So, Juice. Oh, that's a good serve.
Yeah.
Talked about going to the right of Mohammed, and they've done it again.
Yeah, he a few more MPHs, a little faster, a little quicker delivery, and a little wider. So Mohammed had to move to deal with it.
Long again. 4-2.
Yeah.
4-2 now. The Cubans lead as Larry makes his way out of the commentary position. In comes Kyle Hannes. We're all trying to get over a chair, and one wires all around, and just worried if Larry falls. Once he doesn't take me with him, because that could be very, very crucial and detrimental. But 4-2, very keenly contested final set here, Kyle, but advantage so far, Cuba.
Started off well, Team TTO. Good tennis, good chemistry. However, need to convert at those very crucial points.
Well, we were making the point that Akil Juk has come into his own, started to play much better. For example, that volley, put it down into the corner. And his forehand, some of his returns on his forehands have been absolutely beautiful. Really, he's hit them with power and precision and has measured those shots really good.
He's a player likes to play for the crowd. So once the crowd gets behind him, it could be a different Akil Duke.
And real good support here, isn't it, for the team. 30 love. And I was making the point as well to Larry that the pressure now really is on the servers of Cuba, because they know it's crucial that they've got a whole serve.
Thank you, Bulgar.
Good volley again from Akil.
Excellent. Excellent.
Zanika actually would have been a screamer if he had pulled that off down the line. Eh?
For sure. For sure. But it was a good volley again. Just getting it wide. So 40 love now. Again, a very crucial hold here if Akil Juk can in fact hold. Get it to 4-3. Does get it to 4-3.
4-3 up. So he held
Cuba leading on 4-3. And the thing is, they've got that break of serve, which is so critical and crucial. It just means that the Cubans, they've got to hold the nerve, and if they can hold their serve, then it doesn't matter what Trinidad and Tobago team does.
So I could only imagine the discussion there in the camp of Team TTO by the captain would be to actually come out with an aggressive, again, that return of serve. So return the serve +1, it also applies to return +1 as well. In terms of them getting an aggressive return, playing down to the toes of those players who are coming into net is also crucial in this format of the game.
It's going to be extremely crucial. So Cuba leading at the moment 4-3, but they have got that important break of serve. It's going to be Perez. He's going to serve in the game number 8. Larry was saying how crucial games 6 and 7 were. Well, we've gone 6 and 7. We've gone past both of them, and it's really even Steven. When I say even Steven, since the break of serve early on, both sets of teams have been holding the serve, so that's how it's come to 4-3.
Perez, he has been broken before.
Yeah, he has. But as the crowd is saying, time to break now for the Trinidad and Tobago team. But yes, they would need to break here because they don't want to leave it too late. And the thing about it, if Cuba go 5-3 up, remember Trinidad and Tobago have to serve. And I'm sure the Cubans will be trying to break the Trinidad and Tobago service game. That's a good serve.
Good start from Perez. Good start. Keeping, again, I mentioned previously, keeping those serves to the body, reducing the amount of space, especially going to Akil Duke, playing more or less the serve to the body.
That's long.
Good attempt though, just missing it, and good judgment there by Nabil to allow it to sail. It's now 15-all.
Yep, 15-all. And Perez must be feeling some pressure.
Looks composed, but I could only imagine.
Well put away by Zuniga. Zuniga, I should say, not Zuniga. Zuniga. He's at net, but the server is Perez.
Let's see Akil take advantage of the second serve. Try to control out the blocks immediately.
Is he going to go body?
Let's see.
At forehand of Akil Duke.
Once
forehand.
Once he's given that ball to pop up over him in his comfort zone, tell yourself they're in trouble.
30 all. Nice shot of this facility here at Tacarigua. Really wonderful facility. And so happy that Trinidad and Tobago able to host this Davis Cup. Group 4, Americas. That's a good serve. Every time they go wide to Nabil Mohammed, he struggles a little bit. Not anything against his own play, but the serve is so good, so wide and so deep, it really poses a huge problem.
The last two serves, Perez would have pulled out some good serves on the line. Ball coming off the line, adding some extra skid and pace as well. Same approach here from Akil, taking advantage, hopefully, of the second serve.
Oh, he missed it. Wow. Nabil Mohammed, you could see he's just can't believe he missed that. And that is so uncharacteristic of him because he was so good. And it's now 5-3.
5-3 to Cuba. And I can see the disappointment in Nabil Mohammed at this point in time, shaking his head.
Listen, Kyle, 99 out of 100 times he would have hit that and put it away. And just that one time he missed it.
Just misjudged the jump.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. Now he's under some pressure. He's got to hold here at 5-3. Now Duke misses a simple volley. Not pressure starting to tell on them.
Not something that Nabil would be looking for. He would be looking for that support from Nabil at this, from Akil, sorry, at this point in time, to anchor him a bit, to relieve some of that tension. Let's see the ability now to regroup and start over.
Oh, love 30 now. An opening here for Cuba. You've got to think this next point is very, very, very crucial. They've just got to hold here. Mohammed has got to win this point.
Got to let go of those last 2 points. Move on.
Oh well, they've missed it. No, they've basically, Kyle, they've missed 3 sitters. I mean, you would have, again, Akil Duke would have 99 out of 100 times, he would have put that away. So, 3 match points here for Cuba. And that's it. Nope, it was long.
Yeah, that's a fault, yeah.
Yeah, it was a fault. Well, well.
Oh,
so you're
not
double fault now. I would have preferred if the first one didn't call out and they won it like that. But what a
match. They competed.
Yeah.
They competed.
The only thing, Kyle, the last 5 minutes or less 5 to 7 minutes, they just went off. They went off the ball. They missed, Nabil Mohammed missed a sitter at the net, a volley. Then Akil Juk, the same happened to him. And all of a sudden, they missed about 3 or 4 points, critical points, that they should have put away.
So the match ending here now in favor of Cuba, 7-6, 5-6, 6-3 in favor of Cuba. Again, another good effort from the doubles team. Yesterday, they would have gone down, but this now ends the tie in 3-0 in favor of Cuba.
Cuba, yes, and but all close games. I mean, the first game today, let's have a look, Kyle, of that
match summary. Again, we're looking at Cuba. First serve percentage, 79 as opposed to TTO, 69. Aces, 4 aces for Cuba.
Yeah.
No aces we had.
Look at the double faults.
11 aces from 11 aces. Correction,
double
11
faults.
double faults for Cuba. 4 for Team TTO. 18 winners, 16.
Yeah.
You know, converting those break points were crucial. We had 3 conversions to 9.
Yep, and they had 4 to 7.
A very close encounter.
Close encounter.
And the stats would,
either way,
of course, the stats would show that. I mean, I think it was a good attempt by Team TTO. Good strategy, just could not close at those crucial points. Again, kudos must be given to the lads in terms of TTO players. The Cubans also stepped their game up.
Yeah, they really stepped their game up. There is no doubt about it. They stepped their game up, and they eventually won it in style. You have to say they never lost their nerve, did they? They kept focus. They knew what they had to do. They got the early break, and they put Trinidad and Tobago under some pressure.
Not a good 2 days start for the first 2 days start for Team TTO.
You have to say it's a good thing tomorrow is a rest day for Trinidad and Tobago.
A lot of regrouping, you know, a lot of reflection, a lot of psychological work, a lot of recovery work for Joseph Cadogan, etc. It's a lot of regrouping tomorrow. Not a good start for Team TTO, losing their first 2 ties. So it's very important that they actually reflect. We're going to take a look at some highlights.
Yeah. Let's just have a look at these highlights for today. It's too long.
Yeah.
So Granja has done well. 15.
That's a tough one. Yeah, that's tough. So, it's stronger on the backhand.
Meaning if you feel you're a better player in terms of your backhand is a little stronger than your forehand.
Well, it depends if you're left-handed or right-handed.
Okay. So that's put away. It's nicely put away by Granja for these type of rackets. Game for Trinidad and Tobago, so they've even up 6. Oh, that's delicate. That's a beauty of a touch there. And it's held serve. So Cuba will go 4-3 up. And oh, that's good. That's excellent.
That's tough. Now, I want to talk about that. That's one of...
Excellent start again.
So game for Trinidad and Tobago.
And that was
hit too long. Trinidad and Tobago now lead. 3 games to 0 in this. 40-50. And that's
yes, well done.
That's an excellent point. Another excellent volley. It's 3-1 now, Cuba.
Yeah, so...
Long again. 4-2.
Yeah.
Does get it to 4-3.
4-3 up. So he held Cuba.
Cuba leading on 4-3.
That's a good serve. Good start from Perez. Good start. Keeping, again, I mentioned previously, keeping those serves to the body.
Oh, he missed it. Wow. Nabil Mohammed, you could see he's just can't believe he missed that. And that is so uncharacteristic of him because he was so good. And it's now 5-3.
5-3 to Cuba.
Oh, so you double fault now. I would have preferred if the first one did the call out and they won it like that. But what a
match. They competed.
Yeah.
They competed.
The only thing, Kyle, the last 5 minutes or less 5 to 7 minutes, they just went off.
Hi, welcome back. And I'm here with one of the members of the winning doubles team from Cuba. They just won their doubles match against Trinidad and Tobago's Nabil Mohammed and Akil Duke. And first of all, I'm going to find out from him how the match went and what he thought of the play of his opponents. Hola, Dairon. Zuniga. ¿Cómo fue el partido y qué pensé del nivel de tu contrincante en ese partido?
El partido para mí fue un buen partido. Nosotros ganamos un primer set. El segundo set, ellos ganaron el segundo set. Nos tuvimos que ir un tercero. Para mí, los contrincantes fueron buenos contrincantes. Lucharon y siento que dieron el máximo de ellos. Por suerte, la victoria fue de nosotros en esta ocasión. Y quisiera que tal vez en otro momento se repitiera otro partido así. Creo que fue un buen partido.
Thank you. Yes, he said that he thought it was a very good match. His opponents played very well. They gave a very good account of themselves, but even though they had won the first two matches, they still wanted to play a good match, and that's what they gave us. My second question would be, what did he think of the conditions? What did he think of our stadium? What did he think of the ambience of where we are right now? ¿Qué piensas de la cancha y toda la gente, las condiciones aquí en nuestros racket center?
Las condiciones para mí son buenas. Me sentí un poco raro en el court central, la cancha central, porque nunca había jugado en esta cancha y ni en un court central así. Me gusta Trinidad y Tobago, la población aquí como nos tratan, nos saludan. Veo buenas las condiciones del evento y para mí las canchas están buenas, están muy buenas las canchas, me gustan.
Sí. He said he likes it very much. His first time in Trinidad and Tobago, and he's really enjoying himself. The people have been very kind to him, and he has nothing but praises for us. And he says that he hopes to come back sometime and see us. Muchas gracias, Dairon.
Gracias a usted.
Gracias. I have access, so let's make it.
Yeah, customer people won't touch any behind.
No, I like that.
Yeah, check 1, 2.
No, talk about the
All right, good. So we have come to the end of day 2 of the Davis Cup Americas Group 4 event here at Tacarigua. And Colin, Team TTO will be off tomorrow, but a lot of action, Colin, here today.
A lot of action. It was a really good day. You looked at brilliant weather. The Trinidad and Tobago team again losing 3-0. Very unfortunate. I thought Joseph Cadogan, he seemed to would have gone on to win his game. His second game, young Ebulu. Yeah, he was outclassed, I thought, and then the doubles could have gone either way. So a little bit unfortunate for Trinidad and Tobago that they have not been able to pull off a win. Maybe tomorrow will be, as you said, a rest day for Trinidad and Tobago. They need to regroup and need to decide on the way forward how they will tackle the rest of the games. Cuba is looking pretty good. They won their first tie. They've won again today. I'm not sure of the other results with Aruba and some of the other teams, but tomorrow should be another good day.
Another interesting day. Again, remembering for our viewers, they are all competing for 2 spots to be promoted to Group 3. And also, so it's a lot of competition. Out of these 9 teams, they are looking for the top 2 teams to be promoted to Group 3. And those persons who are playing in Group 3, the last 2 teams will be relegated to Group 4. Sure. Right? So it's a lot of action, a lot of competition that will be taking place. A good day today. Unfortunately, not as good for Trinidad and Tobago. But again, they will be resting tomorrow, regrouping, seeing what could happen.
Yeah, let's wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, as Kyle is saying, should be a really good and entertaining day. Let's hope we get excellent weather, and it's Davis Cup action here at the National Racket Sports Center. It's fantastic tennis so far. It's the World Cup of tennis, and tomorrow we'll be right back here at the National Racket Sports Center. See you then.
Have a good day. See you all again.